Train Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. Sudden Inspiration. On the way back, Rabbit Bill and others were so impressed by Feiyang's amazing dancing skills that they even wanted to learn from him. Feiyang asked them, "Why do you want to learn to dance?" Rabbit Bill, "To show off." Fatty Jack, "To lose weight." Big Bird Luchy, "To pick up girls." Feiyang waved his hand. "I won't teach you at all." Then he explained, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but your starting point is too low. If you want to really learn the dance I dance, you have to endure hardships. For people like you, let alone learning for a year or two, even if you learn for 3 days, you probably can't stand the pain." Rabbit Bill and others certainly understood this, but they didn't give up and wanted to continue to pester Feiyang. But they saw that Feiyang seemed to have remembered something and was in deep thought. "Hey, boss, what's wrong with you?" Bill couldn't help asking. "I suddenly felt I seem to have seen the scene of saving you just now," Feiyang said with a frown. What you said is too profound. I don't understand." Feiyang shook his head, trying to catch the glimmer of inspiration in his mind, and suddenly, "I thought of it." Feiyang's shouting scared Gao Jiabao, Bill and others. "Gao, Yang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so startled?" asked the fat man Gao Jiabao. Feiyang was overjoyed because he suddenly remembered where he had seen the movie just now. In his previous life, when the song movie was ignited by Hollywood's High School Musical, many countries began to rearrange excellent song and dance movies, and even Hong Kong had a dance movie, God of Dance. However, these movies failed to surpass the classic High School Musical, with only one exception, that is the Indian song and dance blockbuster in 2013, How to Dance. If Indian song and dance movies can really go international, then only this How to Dance will move people the most. In fact, the story of this play is also very simple. The male protagonist of this play, Vishnu, is recognized as the best dancer in India. Dance is not only passion, but also the motivation for his survival. So when he finds himself kicked out of the dance school he founded by his worldly and manipulative partner, it's as if the oxygen in the air he breathes has been sucked out. Heartbroken, Vishnu decides to give up dance and leave Mumbai forever. However, the night before he leaves, he sees a startling scene, a group of young dancers preparing for the upcoming Ganpati Dance Showdown, an annual competition for the best dance teams in Mumbai. Watching these incredibly talented dancers, Vishnu makes a decision. He will take this very different team as his apprentice, help them overcome their personal hostility and the interference caused by their painful past, and make them the best dance team in India. And he himself will also meet his old partner in this dance competition. The actors in this film are quite interesting. Except for KK Menon, the eternal villain of Bollywood, none of the others are professional actors. The male lead is played by a South Indian star who is known as the Indian version of Michael Jackson. Many of the actors in the film are from Indian talent shows. The actual investment cost is not high, but it directly became one of the top 5 most popular movies in India that year, with a box office revenue of 455 million rupees, and the overseas box office revenue is even higher than other similar movies. Even Hollywood favors this movie. It is rumored that a Hollywood company has paid a high price to buy the adaptation rights of this movie and film it into a Hollywood version of So You Think You Can Dance. The scene where Feiyang bravely rescued Bill and danced with others in the dance hall just now is almost the same as the coolest scene in So You Think You Can Dance, where the male lead danced in an underground bar to save his students. Feiyang couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this God's will? God intends for me to shoot this So You Think You Can Dance?" Exclamation mark. Someone may ask here, why didn't Feiyang directly shoot High School Musical instead of shooting So You Think You Can Dance with Indian arson? The reason is very simple. The success of High School Musical is based on the fact that street dance has become a popular dance in the world and is popular among young people. At this time, the appearance of High School Musical will certainly be liked by people, but now, in 1999, the United States and even the world still have a vague understanding of the street dance genre. There is no such trend for you to take advantage of. If you want to make this kind of musical film, you are simply courting death. What's more, High School Musical is a TV movie. The first and second parts have no box office at all, but the number of viewers is counted. For example, the first part premiered on the Disney Channel and the number of viewers was 7.7 million, and the second part was 17.7 million. It was not until the third part that it was made into a movie. The release schedule of a movie is always a science. If the release schedule of a bad movie is suitable, it can also have a considerable box office. High School Musical 3 is certainly not a bad movie, but because in the previous life, the producer Disney cleverly avoided the blockade of several previous blockbusters, and it was released in 3,623 theaters in North America from the weekend, and became the highest grossing musical in Hollywood so far with a score of $400,000. According to statistics, in North America, about 3/4 of the audience of High School Musical 3 are female, and more than half of the audience are under the age of 18. It has grossed a total of $61.75 million in 2 weeks, and finally the global box office exceeded $200 million. The speed of making money is far beyond that of Saw, and it is definitely a shining dark horse in Hollywood. However, for Feiyang, the box office of $200 million is simply not comparable to the proud achievement of $780 million of The Matrix 2 by Wachowski, and the result is still a loss. So Feiyang must win by surprise, change the dynasty of Hollywood musicals, and create a new miracle. How to do it? It depends on this dancing floor. Although Dancing on the Floor is also a musical film, and it also uses street dance as a selling point, the difference is that the story of this play is not about street dance, but about the protagonist Michael Jackson from southern India's new understanding of life, friends, and career. It tells the story of the resurrection of the dance god. Therefore, Feiyang believes that, if this play can be adapted into a movie, it will definitely be popular with the audience. Only a wonderful story can create a wonderful movie. Moreover, in this play, his biggest secret weapon is not the story, but when Feiyang expressed his idea and said that he wanted to shoot a musical film called Dancing on the Floor, Fatty Gao Jiabao was not very interested. The main reason was that he was not clear about the trend of movies, and Rabbit Bill and others immediately opposed it. No, boss, you are courting death. Yes, musicals are now in decline. Why do you want to shoot this kind of movie? You are competing with the Wachowski brothers with this kind of movie. Boss, I'm worried that you will fail miserably. Feiyang did not expect that everyone's reaction would be so intense. Could it be that his decision was really wrong? Seeing that Feiyang was still so stubborn, Bill Rabbit could not help but say, "Oh, anyway, the golden age of musicals has passed. It is like this. Half dead. Now even the hot swinger and Flashdance are not watched by anyone." Boss, don't be naive. Feiyang disagreed. Yes, the golden age of musicals has passed, but do we still remember the scenes of breakdance sweeping the world? And in India, basically every love movie is a musical in disguise. Isn't this enough to prove that musicals are enduring? Exclamation mark. Maybe you are right, but my musical is not what you know, and I have a secret weapon. If it succeeds, I can guarantee that this movie will make a sensation in Hollywood. We are not afraid of even the Wachowski brothers. The Matrix. Feiyang's confident look made everyone puzzled. What is the secret weapon? A nuclear bomb or an atomic bomb? But Feiyang never does anything that he is not sure of. Moreover, if Dream Pictures wants to break through the blockade, it must take an unconventional approach. Perhaps, as Boss Yi said, this is an opportunity for adventure. Everyone thought silently. In the next few days, Feiyang began to work with Fatty Jack to create the script of Dancing on the Floor. In his previous life, Feiyang liked this play very much and watched it no less than 4 or 5 times. Not to mention the lines of the leading actors. He even remembered the lines of many supporting actors very clearly. Therefore, the script was written almost in one go. Such a fast speed made it difficult for Fatty Jack. On the one hand, he had to assist James Wan in filming Saw 2, and on the other hand, He had to follow Yi Feiyang's buttocks and help him write the script. Yi Feiyang wrote the script very quickly, and Fatty's pen could not keep up with Yi Feiyang's thoughts, so he was almost paralyzed on the ground. On the other hand, Yi Feiyang summoned the team of Dream Pictures and announced the news of the filming of Dancing on the Floor. Finally, Yi Feiyang emphasized that the key to the success of this play lies in the selection of the male lead. It is necessary to find a person with superb dancing skills to be the leading actor. Moreover, Yi Feiyang smiled at everyone in the company and said, "I have found this person. Now it depends on whether he is willing or not." Everyone in the company looked at each other, not understanding what Yi Feiyang was up to. Finally, Yi Feiyang announced, "He is the king of pop, Michael Jackson." As soon as this was said, it was like a bolt from the blue, thunder in the clear sky, and everyone was in an uproar. "What? You want to invite Mike to be the leading actor? No way. Did I hear it wrong? Oh my god, the boss is crazy." Everyone looked at Yi Feiyang in disbelief, as if they were looking at a prehistoric dinosaur or 1,000-year-old monster. In their eyes, anyone who dared to think like this was definitely not a human being. Yes, he was not a human being. To be continued, chapter 177. King Michael invites superstar Michael Jackson to be the male lead in Dancing on the Floor. Yi Feiyang's words directly shocked everyone. Regardless of whether Michael can act well in this play, just talking about his dancing skills, it is definitely the best in the world. If he calls himself the god of dance, no one would dare to stand up and doubt it. But the problem is that Michael has never acted since his debut. Michael's singing career is so prosperous that he doesn't even bother to make any movies. He just occasionally has the interest to make a cameo appearance and show his face. For example, he made a cameo appearance as an alien in the previous life Men in Black. His main direction is to hold concerts and shoot song music videos. We can see his wonderful performances in many song music videos. For example, there is a clip in which he transforms into an Egyptian prince in the music video, dances passionately in front of Cleopatra, and finally turns into a handful of gold sand. This clip is also borrowed by the Hong Kong comedy movie The Legend of the Condor Heroes, in which the villain uses magic to transform a woman with gold sand to assassinate the emperor. In short, Michael Jackson will not make movies. It is said that many large film companies have offered him sky-high prices to make movies, but he has rejected them all. Now Yi Feiyang has made this incredible suggestion, which is undoubtedly a foolish dream. Alas, it seems that Boss Yi wants to defeat the Wachowski brothers. Look, he has started talking in his sleep. Is it so easy to invite Mike? Yes, I heard that Fox offered $25 million last year to invite Mike to shoot a science fiction film about moon exploration, but he refused it. Alas, how can a small company like us invite him? Even if we can invite him, how can we afford it? That's what I mean. It seems that the boss is a little confused. Amid the discussions, everyone thought that Yi Feiyang was daydreaming. Yi Feiyang had expected this kind of reaction, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Could it be that Michael Jackson was really that hard to invite? Yi Feiyang didn't believe it. So he slammed the table and said, "We Chinese have an old saying that nothing is difficult for a person who sets his mind to it. It means that nothing in this world can stump you. It just depends on whether you work hard enough." Now, I announce that the Dancing on the Floor project is officially launched, and I want to invite Mike to be the protagonist. As long as Mike joins, I believe that the box office of this movie will not only beat Hacker 2, but also Star Wars. Yes, how many fans does Mike have around the world? That is definitely a super scary number. Judging from his record sales, 750 million copies, his fans must be no less than 500 million. If every fan buys a ticket to watch the show, and a ticket costs at least $6, that would be $3 billion box office. Yi Feiyang felt excited. If the movie comes true, if the box office comes true, I dare not continue to imagine it. At this moment, Yi Feiyang made a firm decision and asked everyone to shut up. However, shutting up did not mean that everyone agreed with his approach. Everyone still did not believe that Yi Feiyang could really invite the superstar Michael to act. Neverland Ranch is located in Santa Barbara County, California, about 170 kilometers northwest of Los Angeles. covering an area of about 2,800 acres. The person living here is very famous. It can be said that his name is resounding throughout the pop world. He is the pop king, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is known as the king of pop music. He is the most influential musician in the Western pop music scene after Elvis Presley. His achievements have surpassed Elvis Presley, and he is an outstanding all-rounder in music. Jackson is listed as the greatest immortal symbol in the history of pop music, along with Elvis Presley and the Beatles. He created modern MTV and pushed pop music to the peak. He is the first artist in music history to sell hundreds of millions of records outside the United States. His magical dance steps have been imitated by countless stars. Today, Mike lives in this luxurious manor named Dream Manor. For those who don't know the details, this must be a dream-like life in heaven, but it is not. However, for Mike, this manor is really not dream. On the contrary, it is very expensive. Back then, Mike bought this manor for $17 million and then paid $5 million every year as expenses to buy antiques, ancient paintings, artworks, etc. as decorations. Instead of investment, it became a huge consumption. Now, this manor is a headache for Mike Jackson because the bank and Sony's agency have begun to collect debts again. Mike, who has always spent money lavishly, never thought that one day he would also worry about money, and he never thought that the bank and economic company he had always trusted would be so ruthless that they kept calling him after delaying the repayment of the debt for more than a month. Damn bastards, have they forgotten how I helped them before? Mike shouted loudly, standing on the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs stood his personal lawyer, Penny. Penny loosened his tie and said, "Those guys are vampires. You should have known this long ago. As long as you don't pay back the money, they will chase you all day and then ruin your reputation and make you embarrassed in front of the public. I don't need to hear this. I'm embarrassed enough now. Yes, very embarrassed. In fact, there is still a solution. Just like what I said last time, as long as you are willing to be a little flexible," Penny said tactfully. "Why, do you still want me to sell these precious paintings at a low price? Damn it, I will not throw away any of these things even if I die." Mike pointed at the paintings hanging on the wall and yelled. Penny sighed. "Mike, as your personal lawyer, I still have to advise you that you are no longer the same as before. You must face reality. Yes, you must face reality." "What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not popular enough? I'm no longer in the mainstream?" Mike felt a blockage in his chest. "You know what I said best. Well, I see you are in a bad mood and need to calm down alone." Penny turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, Mike behind him suddenly said, "Penny." "What?" Penny turned around and looked at Mike. Mike, who was furious just now, suddenly looked at him like a child at this time. "What you just said, is it true?" Penny nodded and said nothing. Mike bit his lip. "Maybe I'm really not so popular anymore. If I remember correctly, I have owed you 3 months of salary." Penny was slightly startled, but still nodded. "Take whatever you like here." "Damn, it would be better to give you these treasures as wages than to sell them," Mike muttered to himself. Penny smiled slightly, looked at the naive Mike, and shook his head. To be honest, he really didn't know how such a naive man could become a pop king and dominate the music scene for so long. In him, you can't see any scheming that a star should have. "No, dear Mike, to be honest, the gift you gave me on my birthday last time was enough to pay my salary for a year." "Oh, really?" Mike smiled happily. "Anyway, I still owe you 3 months salary, but I really don't have that much cash now, so later, dear Tiffany, believe me, I will compensate you." Tiffany smiled and turned away. Mike sat on the stairs alone, feeling a little tired, looking at the huge hall, luxurious and magnificent, but he didn't feel a little bit of happiness. What is happiness? Mike asked himself. Chasing fame and money? No, I have all of these, but am I happy? No, I'm not happy. As it is now, who would know that I, the king of American pop, am having a headache because of my debts? Yes, he is a king, but the king also needs to pay back debts. I shouldn't be so poor, but in fact, I'm really not a rich man, but a debtor. Damn, when did my life change from a rich superstar to a guy in debt? Exclamation mark. First of all, this dream manor, is it wrong for me to spend so much effort and money on this manor? Like what Penny said just now, I should throw away all the damn decorations here and sell them one by one. No, I can't do that. If I do that, those hateful reporters will catch me red-handed and they can just make up stories about me being in debt and spending more than I earn. Just think about it, what a huge insult that is. Secondly, maybe I really don't have a business mind and I can only lose money in business. I once announced that I would form a joint venture with the Arab prince to form a multimedia entertainment group, Kingdom Entertainment Company, and this company will span hotels, amusement parks, movies, cartoons, records, publishing, travel and various family entertainment products. I also constantly emphasize the family value aspect of this joint venture plan and would never advocate decadence and immorality. But the result is that the company always loses money. The idiot Arab prince is as stupid as himself in business, so he keeps investing money and burning money, but ends up losing more and more money, and finally he can't hold on any longer. The prince has oil, and the oil field can spray oil every day, and the money flies in a lot. What do I have? Only dancing and singing. In the end, I should blame those damn lawsuits that are purely slandering me. For the lawsuit in 1993, I hired 2 expensive lawyers to help me deal with it. The legal fees for each person are close to $1 million, which does not include the remuneration provided to witnesses, private detectives, etc. This is also a huge expense for someone with a fortune of $350 million, not to mention that I was still in debt of $200 million at that time. God, that period was really driving me to death. When I think of these, Mike feels a headache. To be continued, chapter 178. Even the king needs money. Michael Jackson patted his head and tried to free his mind from those damn debts. Perhaps, as Penny said, the reason why he could not pay off his debts and owed more and more was that he was not popular enough. For example, his albums were selling well before the new year and his CDs could sell 1 million copies per month. But his albums sold only 2.1 million copies last year, and this year's albums sold even less, only 660,000 copies. Now, the chance of signing a lucrative contract like in 1991 is very slim. Even if the albums sell millions of copies, the net profit is only $3 million, which can only meet the expenses of his family for 3 months. If it was just the debt that was annoying, it would be fine, but recently Michael Jackson's marriage with his second wife Debbie has cracked. Mike's most important thing in his life is family, but his marriage is getting more and more unfortunate. Mike sighed and went upstairs. When he reached the corridor, he saw his personal doctor Murray coming out of his little daughter Berry's room. "My little angel, is she okay?" Mike asked Murray. "Berry has been having a fever these days, which worries Mike a lot." "Oh, it's nothing serious. I've checked her throat. It's just a common inflammation. She only needs to take medicine for 2 or 3 days. But she always has a fever in the middle of the night. I'm worried and can't sleep." Mike's love for his daughter is clearly revealed in this sentence. Murray smiled and said, "I have prepared some emergency special medicine for you. If her fever exceeds 38 degrees, you can give her half a pack. Well, remember, it must be half a pack, not too much. Also, if it's just a mild fever, it's best to wipe her forehead and lower abdomen with alcohol. These physical therapies are very effective. If it still doesn't work, can I call you?" "Of course, dear Mike, I'm your personal doctor. You can call me at any time, even in the middle of the night. I will come immediately." Murray smiled. "Murray, thank you so much for saying that, really." Mike hugged him gently. Murray said, "But you, Mike, have you been suffering from insomnia recently?" "Yes, damn insomnia. At night my mind is full of messy things. I can't close my eyes at all," Mike said distressedly. "You have too many worries, Mike. You need to free yourself. Yes, you can't be bothered by those messy things anymore. Only in this way can you sleep more comfortably and feel better." Mike shook his head. "I can't do it, really. Sometimes I really want to die quietly like this. Maybe, then people will really respect me and know me again." Seeing Mike so depressed, Murray sighed and said, "Don't be silly, dear Mike. You are a celebrity. You can't say such depressing words. You have to cheer up. Mike smiled bitterly and then said, you should prescribe me some sleeping pills. Maybe I can have a good sleep tonight. You know I can't do this. You have become dependent on sleeping pills recently. It has a great side effect, so you have to quit. Murray shook his head and rejected Mike's request. Please, Murray, just prescribe me some more, just a little bit, okay? Look at me, I haven't had a good sleep for almost 3 days. I don't want to suffer from insomnia tonight, Mike said. Murray shook his head again. I really can't do this. Well, you should go in and see little Paris. Goodbye, Mike. Remember to call me if you have anything. Murray looked at Mike, sighed, and left. Mike looked at his back and shrugged, but he also knew that his request would be very difficult for Murray. After all, as a private doctor, he had a great responsibility. When he opened the door, baby Paris was sleeping soundly in the crib. Last night, Paris, who was only over 1 year old, had a fever in the middle of the night and kept crying, which made Mike Jackson, who was already suffering from insomnia, even more tired and anxious. At this moment, seeing his little baby sleeping so sweetly, occasionally opening his little mouth and smiling unconsciously, I don't know what sweet dream he is having. For the first time, Mike felt a little better. He squatted down, held the tender little hand of his dear Paris, and then kissed it gently on his lips, saying, baby, you will get better soon. Yes, God will bless you, and I will protect you by your side. Paris seemed to have heard her father's words in her sleep, and giggled in her sleep. A ray of sunlight shone in from the window, shining on Mike holding his daughter's hand tightly, and the picture looked extremely holy. The next day, a ray of sunlight shone into the bedroom where Michael Jackson lived again. The bedroom was very large, and the surroundings were designed to look like a cartoon castle. Mike slept on a huge round bed, which was somewhat similar to the king's bed in the story of 1001 Nights, gorgeous and luxurious. Originally, as a bedroom, Mike should live with his wife Debbie, but because their marriage was strained recently, Debbie moved out and found another room to live in, and Mike resumed his lonely living life. In fact, Mike longed for the warmth of family. He married Elvis' daughter in his first marriage. Investigating the reason, Mike admitted that he had a little vanity and pride at that time. Just imagine, being able to marry the daughter of the former pop king Elvis is definitely a good story that can be passed down in the music world, but unfortunately, this marriage ended soon. Mike understood the gap between ideal and reality, and he began to look for someone he really liked. At this time, Debbie, a female nurse, came into his sight. Debbie's warmth and care for patients are exactly what Mike needs. Since childhood, he has been like a prop forced to make money at home. He performed on stage at a young age. Whether it is his mother or father, they have never really loved him. Maybe there was, but he had too many brothers and sisters. This pitiful maternal or paternal love was evenly divided, leaving only a little dregs. Mike is very lonely and lonely. He longs for the warmth of family. He hopes that someone can talk to him when he goes to bed at night, and that someone can take care of him and hold him in his arms when he is hurt. Undoubtedly, Debbie is a very good choice. After Mike and Debbie got married, they realized that they were originally from two different worlds. Mike was used to a luxurious and prosperous life, and many of his living habits were incompatible with Debbie. Especially Debbie was not used to the life under the spotlight, where any person's behavior was tracked and exposed. The two gradually had conflicts. Debbie felt that he had a weird personality and was too immature. A man of his age sometimes thought about things like a child who never grew up. In particular, she could not tolerate Mike's king-like lifestyle that was free and easy. She always protected her daughter Paris and hoped that Mike could give them more love, but Mike was always bothered by many messy things. The rift was getting bigger and bigger. Until now, the two lived separately so that they could calm down. Thinking about these trivial matters in his heart, how could Mike sleep in this king-like bed? Last night, he was sleepless all night again, and he only closed his eyes slightly until dawn. At this moment, Mike opened his lifeless eyes and looked at the spiral pattern on the bed curtains. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Mike, can I come in?" It was the voice of Peter, the agent. "Come in," Mike said, resting his head on his arm. Peter walked in. "Why, dear Mike, did you have insomnia again last night?" "Yeah. Mike hummed softly. What's the matter? There are two pieces of news, one good news, and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Peter smiled. Mike turned his eyes away from the gauze curtain, looked at Peter and said, you don't have to tease me anymore. Tell me, what's going on? Peter shrugged, smiled in a bored tone, and said, the bad thing is that Sony is urging you to hold a global tour as soon as possible. Well, they hope that you can hold more shows this time and extend the duration and intensity of the tour. Oh my god, they are killing me. Mike said angrily. Everyone knows how tiring a global tour is. After just one concert, I'm exhausted. How many more shows do they want me to hold? 30, 40, or 50? Yes, I understand what they mean. No matter whether I live or die, I just want to pay off the money I owe them. These damn bastards. Mike jumped up from the bed and threw pillows and bedding everywhere. It seemed that only by doing this could he vent his anger. Peter did not stop him. As Mike's agent, he knew Mike's suffering very well. Maybe it would be better to let him vent. After Mike stopped throwing things, smashing things, and breathing heavily, Peter said, as for the good news, the two personal websites you just established have exceeded 1.8 million fans in a few days, and the data is still growing wildly. It can be seen that you are still the most popular pop king today. Is this good news? Mike smiled bitterly. Others don't know, but he knows very well that, in order to maintain these two newly established websites, he has to pay nearly $100,000 in maintenance fees every month. Apart from these, aren't there any other good things? What? Peter didn't understand. Mike couldn't let go of his face, but he really needed money. Is face more important than money? Taking a deep breath, Mike sorted out his thoughts and thought about how to tell the fact that he was financially tight and had no money to spend. God, the great pop king, is so short of money, it's so embarrassing. Someone groaned in pain in his heart. To be continued, chapter 179. What is a big shot? Taking a deep breath, Michael Jackson threw away his damned face and asked his agent Peter directly, man, I mean, my situation has been very bad recently. Yes, very bad. So I want to know some things that can bring in some income, such as my MV copyright, tape copyright, song copyright. Is there anyone willing to renew or purchase it? This, not yet. Agent Peter spread his hands and said helplessly, aren't you talking nonsense? God, if I were really that popular, then money would fall from the sky. But now, look at me, man, I can only sleep here with a pillow in my arms. It's mainly because of the lawsuit a few years ago that affected you. I know this, man, you don't need to remind me. Mike scratched his head. He really didn't want to think about that unbearable scene again. In fact, from the moment Mike became famous, the more famous he became, the more jealousy and slander he suffered. Many people wanted to destroy him, wanted to make a fortune from him, and also excluded and suppressed him. Since he became a superstar, rumors, controversy, danger, and terror have followed him closely. That huge fame became the source of rumors and arguments. He was black, and he had achieved such brilliant success, so he was naturally hated by white people. So he became the target of public criticism, suit, and the focus of the news. Mike once said, I'm tired of being abused. This oppression is real. Since I broke the record, I broke Elvis' record, I broke the Beatles' record. Then what? They called me a freak, a homosexual, a freak who harassed children. They said I bleached my skin and did everything they could to discredit me. These are all conspiracies. Mike's teacher said, I have always been worried about him, not his health. He is very healthy. I'm worried that he is very inferior. He often calls me at 4 o'clock in the morning to cry because many white people attacked him and spread rumors about him. I know him very well. When he was a child, he was almost killed by 2 white girls. He was bullied since he was a child. There is a shadow in his heart. Michael Jackson built the world from scratch and became the most successful person in the world. He was radiant and famous all over the world. It was this most successful person who became the most painful person. When he reached the peak of fame, the suffering of incurring bad reputation also reached a correspondingly higher level. Ordinary people have a great attachment to fame, let alone superstars. When others spread rumors that we are thieves and morally corrupt, we are all very painful. Moreover, a super celebrity like Jackson has such a strong attachment to reputation, and he also suffered a lot when he was attacked. At the beginning, he was fanatically pursued and worshipped by hundreds of millions of viewers. He had enjoyed this glory countless times. He had to present a perfect image in front of the audience. This kind of glory is such a huge bad suffering, and when it is lost, it can cause a person's physical and mental collapse. Seeing his glory and honor, you can understand why he never recovered after being tried in court. This is caused by a huge psychological gap. Just like a vase, the higher it is placed, the greater its potential energy. If it is placed on a 100-story building and falls, it will definitely be shattered to pieces. It was a few minutes of TV footage. Under a large outdoor stage, there was a sea of people. I don't know how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands there were. Jackson appeared in military uniform and sunglasses, followed by dozens of professional soldiers. When people spotted him, they screamed and rushed to him. Another scene, when he was singing on the stage, tens of thousands of audience members were in tears. People shook their heads left and right to the rhythm of the song, singing along with him, holding lighters in their hands. One audience member was so excited that he fainted on the spot. Another scene, when he sang to the climax on the stage, the audience shouted excitedly. After the performance, Michael Jackson sat in a police car and prepared to leave. Thousands of fans surrounded the police car, making it difficult for the police car to move. From these clips, we can see that Michael is a superstar worshipped by hundreds of millions of audiences. Of course, he is followed by rumors and discussions all over the world, and there is also a huge pressure of worrying that the scandal will spread all over the world. This is an unfailing rule. The greater the reputation, the greater the greed, and the greater the pressure of worrying about the damage to the reputation. Although Jackson's trial ended with a verdict of not guilty, his psychology has been severely damaged and has become an unhealed wound until now. Seeing that Michael Jackson seemed to be getting a headache again, his agent Peter hurriedly diverted the topic away from this. He said, "Oh, Mike, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. A company called Dream Films has called you 7 or 8 times, hoping to meet with you to discuss cooperating in making a movie." What? Cooperating in making a movie? Damn, don't they know that I don't make movies? Mike was really pulled back from his painful memories by this topic. I already said that, but the other party said that the script is great and only you can play the leading role in it. Ha, what a childish joke. Those guys who wanted to invite me to make a movie said the same thing before, didn't they? But it's a pity that I can earn hundreds of millions from a simple concert, so I won't make that damn movie. Mike's heroic spirit came back. Yes, I said that too, but they still keep calling me. It's really annoying. Peter shrugged and said helplessly, "What's the name of that company?" Mike was a little interested in such a persistent company. "It's called Dream Pictures." "Dream Pictures? Haha, it's a good match for my dream manor. Is this company big?" After hearing what Mike said, Peter knew that he was in the mood to play again, and shrugged again. It would be better if it was a big company, but unfortunately, it's just a small company that has been established for less than a year. Mike immediately lost interest. A small company means it's not mainstream. Such a company actually dared to call him. It's really courageous, or it can be called a fool. But the boss and director of this company has been in the limelight recently. Peter couldn't help but say, "Oh, really? What's the limelight? Tell me." Mike's curiosity was aroused again. "Do you remember the last time a horror movie scared an old man to death? The director is the boss of this company, a Chinese youth named Feiyang. Well, he shot a porn movie, which was a big hit at the box office. The Saw released a few months ago even made over 100 million yuan, which is incredible. Have I seen horror movies, porn movies? No, you said you would concentrate on composing songs and not worry about worldly things in the next 1 or 2 years, so I didn't recommend them to you. You can find those movies to watch. Composing songs also requires constant search for inspiration, right?" Mike's mind changes quickly, but Peter has obviously adapted to his habit. Since he can shoot so many weird movies, this director must be a big star? Mike continued to ask. "No, he is at most a second-rate director now. Many people say that the reason he became famous is because of his luck." Luck? There are so many people in Hollywood, how many of them can really step on the luck? Mike smiled. That's right, but he's been in the limelight recently, especially the competition with the Wachowski brothers for the box office of their new film, which has caused a lot of uproar in Hollywood. It's just some trivial things competing for attention. Okay, if they call you next time, just refuse them directly, and don't bother me with these trivial matters anymore. Mike waved his hand and said, I understand, you should have a good rest. Peter knew Mike's temper very well. He still disdained such small companies and small directors. Inside Dream Pictures. Feiyang put down the phone again. Mike's agent made it clear that, if they called again, they would handle it as harassment. Feiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that one day he would go back to harass others. As for Mike's phone number, he got it from animation mentor Steven Spielberg with great difficulty. Perhaps few people know that Steven is a good friend of Michael Jackson. Steven once secretly helped Mike shoot an MV, which was about a child playing guitar at home with a stereo, and then traveling to the African savannah, where elephants were galloping, and lions were dancing wildly. Unfortunately, the relationship between the two became strained in the future. Mike even asked an Indian wizard to curse Spielberg, which became one of the biggest scandals in his life. After getting Mike's phone number, Feiyang began to try to contact Mike's agent. At first, the other party asked what happened, and what he did as usual. But when he figured out that Feiyang wanted to invite Michael Jackson to make a movie, the other party seemed very impatient and replied, dear, Mike never makes movies. Never. Feiyang was awakened by a cold water, and finally realized that a big star like Michael Jackson is not just a big star. In fact, when Feiyang asked Steven for Mike's phone number, Steven reminded him that Mike would not shoot a movie, he only shoots music videos, because for him, the time and energy spent on shooting a movie is not as cost effective as a music video. As Feiyang's animation special effects instructor, Steven also offered to help Feiyang and Mike to pull the strings, but was rejected by Feiyang, who was too proud to save face. He felt that it was better to do this kind of thing himself, so that he would appear confident and sincere. But now, Feiyang really regretted rejecting Steven's kindness. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world, not to mention that Feiyang is the kind of person who will not turn back until he hits the wall. As long as he doesn't get things done, he will not give up. To be continued. Chapter 180. Jessica's scheming. After hanging up the phone and thinking for a while, Feiyang felt that he should not call Michael Jackson again. He was annoying him and even annoyed himself. He should go directly to see if he could meet with Michael, make things clear in person, and invite him sincerely. Maybe things could turn around. Having made up his mind, Feiyang told Bill Rabbit to assist director Gore to speed up the filming of the co-production Pirates of the Caribbean and strive to release it in the spring of next year. At the same time, he urged James Gentleman and Fatty Jack to speed up the pace of Saw 2 and strive to land in North America this Halloween. As for himself, it was almost October and the Christmas season was about to begin. If he could not come up with a new movie to fill the schedule, he would lose a lot. The main reason was that Dream Company could not sit back and eat up all the profits. The original profit of more than 40 million yuan earned from filming had almost been consumed. As the company's financial manager, Fatty Gao Jiabao began to cry poor again, saying that there was no flour in the jar, so he should release a new movie quickly to make money. In fact, Feiyang felt that he was very talented in single-item film investment and filming, but he was not as good as Gustav of Lionsgate or Raymond of Paramount in running a company. He liked to fight alone, and was not very good at leading the whole army to fight. He was like Xiang Yu, the king of Chu, who was invincible alone, but lost to Liu Bang when he led the Chu army. The reason was his courage. Was he really a brave man? Feiyang asked himself, planning to shoot an animated film, which required courage, investing 50 million with Lionsgate in Pirates of the Caribbean, which also required courage, inviting Michael Jackson to join How to Dance required even more courage. Judging from these three things, he really had enough courage, not lacking at all. But on the other hand, when planning to shoot an animated film, He did not fully consider the financial, material and human resources of DreamWorks, and just took it for granted that he would develop the company's animation special effects resources to build a foundation and platform for the future. This was a bit foolish and bold. Looking at himself and Lionsgate's joint investment in Pirates of the Caribbean, it would be a lie to say that he had no selfish desire to move into blockbuster movies. The problem was that it was undoubtedly another risky move to take out more than half of the total working capital, 25 million, out of 45 million. Finally, he proposed to invite Mike to star in So You Think You Can Dance. Anyone with a clear mind would know that Mike doesn't act or make movies, but he still vowed to bring him on board and get Mike on this pirate ship of his. Feiyang sighed. Although it seemed that his company was full of new dramas, who knew that he was also suffering from a lot of troubles, not to mention the park with the Wachowski brothers. But then again, he had gained a lot during this period. First of all, there were two talents, James Wan, who shot Saw, and Earth, who was good at publicity and organization. Especially the latter, who is simply a great talent. Feiyang intends to give him more power and expand the space for him to show his personal talents. When the company grows bigger, it will also help him. Putting aside his thoughts, Feiyang still has to face reality and get the Michael Jackson thing done as soon as possible. Otherwise his plan to shoot dancing will become a bubble, not to mention the confrontation with the Wachowski brothers. Just when Feiyang left the office and was about to drive out, he was stopped by a beautiful woman. Brown hair, bright eyes, a small waist that can be grasped, and a tall body. The girl who appeared in front of Feiyang was a newcomer that Feiyang had promised to cultivate hard, Jessica Alba. Why did Jessica suddenly appear here? The reason is very simple. When she heard that Feiyang was going to shoot a musical film, the ambition to be the heroine in her heart jumped up. Yes, this is an opportunity, she said to herself. Since that damn Chinese has promised to promote himself, he will definitely not be able to refuse now. Strike while the iron is hot. When Jessica thought of this, she walked over directly and wanted to recommend herself in front of Feiyang. Feiyang is not a fool. When he saw Jessica's fiery eyes, he knew that this girl was jealous of the heroine of Dancing on the Floor. But in fact, Feiyang had already planned the choice of the heroine for this play, so when he saw Jessica, Feiyang joked, "Hey, Jessica, you seem to be much more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days." Jessica didn't buy his tricks, pretending to be flattered and blinked her beautiful eyes at Feiyang, saying, "Oh, dear boss, am I really as beautiful as you said?" Feiyang only looked at her for a moment and then felt a little overwhelmed, so he quickly shifted his gaze and smiled. "I'm not the only one who said you are beautiful. When I was in the company, Rabbit Bill and his gang told me that from now on, we will have two beautiful stars in Dream Pictures." At this point, Feiyang automatically filtered out the word 3 and replaced it with the number he had in mind. "Oh, the skinny director Bill who is filming Pirates of the Caribbean?" Jessica said. Feiyang nodded and laughed. "That's right. Speaking of this, I'm really curious. Jessica, can I ask you? I heard that you have a good relationship with Director Bill in the company, but you also know that guy's character. Well, why are you so close to him? That guy is almost like a single-celled animal. If he doesn't figure this out, he may not be able to sleep for several days." Jessica smiled strangely, thinking that it was not for the sake of getting a good role, and said, "It's actually very simple. I have a weird habit. If someone takes the initiative to interact with me with enthusiasm, I will generally express more enthusiasm than him." Wow, she has this habit? Feiyang felt a little weird when he heard her explain this. In this way, if someone is nice to you, wouldn't you stick to him? Wow. When Feiyang was thinking this, he suddenly heard Jessica screaming and running forward excitedly. Feiyang looked up and found that the two had unknowingly walked to the fountain in front of the company. This fountain was built by Feiyang after he had money, following the advice of Toy in Chinatown. In Toy's words, water brings wealth, which is a very profound Feng Shui principle. Toy originally followed the call of the Feng Shui master and wanted to build a statue of Guandi in front of the company. Fortunately, Feiyang stopped him and said with a smile that the place was not big enough and he was afraid of wronging Guandi if he built it. In fact, Feiyang felt that it was a bit unreasonable to build these things in front of the film company. As for this fountain, the style is more or less fashionable and elegant, and after it was built, it also made the company look very high-end, so Feiyang did not refuse. However, building a fountain is not a simple matter. From the start of construction to now, it is now officially completed. Seeing this scene, Feiyang can't help but feel a little moved and has a sense of accomplishment. The water here is so clear and cool. Jessica squatted by the pool and her delicate hands gently stroked the water. Feiyang explained with a smile. The water here is drawn from the groundwater layer. There is no pollution at all. It is no problem to drink it. Although it is a huge industrial city and a steel city, the geological water of this generation of Los Angeles Chinatown has not been polluted by industry. Unlike the previous Heavenly Dynasty that gave up the environment for industry, at least the geological water is relatively cool and sweet. After Jessica fiddled with it a few times, she seemed to feel unsatisfied. She raised her wet palms, raised her smiling face, and said to Feiyang, can you help me roll up my sleeves? Feiyang was slightly stunned, but he couldn't help but lean towards Jessica and gently held her wrist with his right palm. The smooth feeling, like solidified fat, came again, and Feiyang's heart was unconsciously shaken. He quickly collected his mind and quickly helped Jessica roll up her sleeves to her elbows. A pair of extremely delicate arms suddenly appeared in front of him. The breasts were more delicate than her palms, and people wanted to swallow them in one gulp. After a few glances, Feiyang felt that his throat slid in an unrighteous manner, and a slight gurgling sound was emitted. Feiyang's old face flushed slightly, and he quickly released Jessica's wrist and coughed a few times to cover it up. After standing up straight, he secretly glanced at her sideways, and seeing that she didn't seem to notice, he was relieved and secretly cursed. Feiyang, it's not like you have never touched a woman before. Why do you behave like a novice? It's really embarrassing. As soon as he cursed to this point, Feiyang's eyes suddenly froze. Jessica immersed her bare arms completely in the water at this time, shaking happily, and her upper body bent lower, and the breasts on her breasts were completely exposed. Feiyang could clearly see the two oval jade balls formed by the strong squeezing, as well as the deep grooves in the middle, and even the blush on the round balls was fully captured by Feiyang's eyes. Feiyang's heart was like the water in the pool, rippling in circles. After staring blankly for a few seconds, Feiyang came to his senses. His eyes quickly jumped away, and he looked at his watch in a pretentious manner. However, a moment later, Feiyang's eyes were attracted again. Jessica's outfit was originally very tight, and when she squatted down, her clothes shrunk, and her pants slipped down, and her beautiful waist and beautiful breasts were slightly exposed, and the shallow groove in the center of her labia was also revealed. After taking a look, Feiyang couldn't control his reverie in his mind. There is a saying that anyone, even a fool, will have an imagination beyond Leonardo da Vinci when a beautiful woman reveals her breasts. To be continued, chapter 181. Give you a roll. Just when Feiyang was tempted by Jessica's charming figure, a voice suddenly asked with a sweet smile, "Hey, is she very sexy?" Yes. Feiyang answered without thinking. As soon as the words came out, Feiyang was immediately startled and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a charming blonde looking at him with a smile on her face, and there was even a hint of ridicule in her eyes. Stormy? Feiyang frowned slightly. Damn, why did he meet her at this time? I hope Jessica didn't hear the question and answer just now, otherwise the good image he had worked hard to build would be ruined. Stormy, who is now the sexy goddess of Hollywood, saw Feiyang's stunned expression, and the smile on her cheeks became more intense. She threw an ambiguous wink at Feiyang. Hey, dear boss, what's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? This is at the entrance of the company. I just saw you secretly. She was really bold. She dared to say that. Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pressed Stormy's shoulders with one hand, and covered her head and sexy lips with the other hand. He stared at her with a bit of a smile and said softly, "Hey, dear Stormy, what do you want to say?" You won't give me face like this, will you? Feiyang looked at Jessica, who was still playing in the water, with caution. The huge breasts on her chest were gently pressed by Feiyang's chest again. Stormy's breasts couldn't help but rise and fall sharply. Her eyes rippled like ripples. She raised her jade hand slightly and gently patted the hand covering her lips. Feiyang didn't use much strength this time. Stormy easily pushed Feiyang's palm away, and then she looked at Feiyang charmingly and said coquettishly, "Hey, dear boss, what are you thinking about? I mean, I saw you secretly looking at your watch just now. Are you in a hurry?" Stormy's eyes and demeanor when she spoke were like a woman who was acting coquettishly to her lover, which made people feel excited. This Stormy is really scary when she makes jokes. When Feiyang recalled how Stormy flirted with him under the pretext of interviewing for a role when they first met, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. "Hey, Stormy, is that you?" Hearing the voice behind him, Jessica turned around and saw Feiyang leaning against a woman in an ambiguous posture. A hint of coldness flashed across her eyes, but when she saw the woman's appearance clearly, she was slightly startled and then stood up with a look of joy on her face. As soon as the voice came into his ears, Feiyang quickly released the hand on Stormy's shoulder and looked at Jessica in surprise. Could it be that she and Stormy had also become friends? You know, since Jessica joined Dream Pictures, she has been making friends in the company. People like Natasha, Hathaway, Bill the Rabbit, and Fatty Jack have all been conquered by this little girl's enthusiasm and have been saying good things about her in front of Feiyang from time to time, making Feiyang's ears almost calloused. If even Stormy, a popular female star, has fallen into Jessica's ambitious network of contacts, then Feiyang will have to re-recognize Jessica's social skills. Feiyang just had this idea when he saw Stormy looking at Jessica with a smile. Hey, it turns out to be Jessica's sister. No wonder the boss is so distracted. After saying that, she glanced at Feiyang in an ambiguous way. Feiyang was embarrassed. "Stormy, you look like you just came back from the crew?" Jessica asked curiously. "Yes, I have almost finished filming my scenes in Pirates of the Caribbean, so I came back to rest. I'm so tired during this period. I originally wanted to say hello to the boss and express my gratitude for recommending me to play this role. I went to the office to find no one, but I didn't expect to meet here." Stormy looked at Jessica and said with a smile, "I really envy you, Stormy. You have so many scenes to shoot." Jessica sighed. "What are you envious of? I've been shooting some very tiring movies. As for you, haha, build a good relationship with our dear bossy. Maybe you will be the heroine of the next movie." KO, what a mess. Stormy brought up the topic before he could even avoid it. Sure enough, Jessica took advantage of the situation and looked at Feiyang with an extremely resentful look and then said, "That requires people to have the intention. You know, there are a lot of scammers in Hollywood and you might run into one if you're not careful." "Good girl, you actually called me a liar?" Feiyang wanted to spank Jessica. Stormy giggled, then looked at Feiyang and said, "Dear boss, did you hear that? I don't want you to be a big liar. It's up to you to make Jessica's sister the protagonist." Feiyang was confused. He didn't expect Jessica to be so popular. It was as if everyone in the entire company was bribed by her. Fortunately, he had already planned for Jessica to star in Dancing Soccer. Feiyang went with the flow and said, "Don't worry, Jessica has always been a girl I'm optimistic about. Yes, there will definitely be a role for her in the next movie." The reason why Feiyang was so generous and confident was because of his understanding of Jessica. Originally, Dancing on the Floor was a movie that took the youth route. Although it was based on the Dancing King Mike as a selling point, the role that matched Mike could not be weak. It had to be a beauty, a top beauty, and a top beauty with special skills. In terms of these three aspects, Jessica Alba was absolutely qualified. Apart from anything else, her beautiful chocolate skin color was healthy and sunny enough, which was exactly the necessary condition for performing a dancing role. In addition, Jessica's dancing skills were not to be underestimated. As the boss of Dream Pictures, Feiyang was very familiar with the skills and talents of his artists, and he could be said to have first-hand information about them. Jessica Alba was good at the fiery Brazilian samba dance and the tap dance that was once popular in the United States. Most importantly, this girl had won a medal in a dance competition. Although that competition was just a small event held between schools, it was also amazing to stand out among thousands of students. It is precisely because of the above reasons that Feiyang answered so confidently and arranged a very good role for Jessica in the new play. Seeing Feiyang give such a positive answer, Jessica was happy in her heart. It seems that her efforts to build connections in the company have not been in vain. Look, even this cunning Chinese Yi has surrendered. Oh god, I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Stormy. Jessica hugged Stormy and said happily, haha, I'm happy for you too, Jessica, but you deserve it. The two women chatted and ignored the existence of Feiyang, the kind-hearted boss. What are you thanking for? You should thank me, girl. Feiyang muttered to himself, feeling very bored. Seeing the two people hugging and jumping, shouting, and laughing without any hesitation, he sighed in his heart. This is Chinatown, not Hollywood Street. Hugging and hugging like this in broad daylight. How shameful. People's hearts are really not as they used to be, and the world is going downhill. The world is going downhill. Should I stretch out my warm arms and shield these two foreign girls in decent behavior in my broad heart? Feiyang could only think about this idea, and he would never dare to hug both of them in his arms. Just when Feiyang was daydreaming, Stormy suddenly laughed and said, look, after all the hardships, there is happiness. How about this, Jessica? It's noon now. Why don't we go out for a big meal to celebrate? What do you think? Of course, we can also sit down and have a good chat. But, dear boss Jessica glanced at Feiyang, as if she didn't know whether to invite him or not. Stormy said, of course he has to go with us. You are the heroine of his next play. Communicating well with the director is the key to acting well. Stormy tactfully pulled Feiyang in. Feiyang, who had originally planned to go find Michael Jackson, wanted to refuse, but it was too late. Then he thought, it was just a meal. At most he would just have to pay for the meal. After all, there are very few men who don't pay for a meal with a beautiful woman. So Feiyang said generously, I'm looking forward to having a meal with you guys. It just so happens that I know there is a Chinese restaurant nearby that cooks very good food, which is definitely 100 times better than restaurants in other parts of Los Angeles. Why don't we go there to dine? What do you think? Jessica nodded in agreement when she heard it. You're right, the Chinese food here is really great. Why don't we celebrate here? Stormy turned her beautiful eyes, looked at Feiyang with a smile and said, dear boss, from the tone of your voice, it seems that you are willing to host and pay for this lunch. This beauty is really smart. She said it before I even thought about it. Feiyang laughed out loud and was about to speak, but Jessica shook her head and said with a smile, today is to celebrate my role in my new play. How can I let Boss Yi treat me? I think it's better for us to split the bill. After hearing what Jessica said, Feiyang's eyes lit up. For the first time, he found that in addition to being very scheming, Jessica actually had some praiseworthy highlights. However, he was the boss and the director after all, so he couldn't be too stingy. So Feiyang said with a smile, such a rare opportunity, how can you two beauties spend money? Let's not discuss such a small issue anymore. Let's act quickly. Oh yeah, that's right. Why don't we set off immediately? Stormy smiled and blinked at Feiyang, holding Jessica's hand and walking towards Chinatown. What a strange smile. After Feiyang was slightly startled, he threw this idea out of his mind and followed the two people. To be continued, chapter 182. It's not easy to be a heavenly king. Chinatown has always been a prosperous area for Chinese restaurants and Chinese restaurants. There are all kinds of restaurants, Chinese restaurants, and Chinese pastry shops on both sides of the street, occupying the gaps on the roadside. Every noon, there are countless tourists or Americans patronizing here. Those various Chinese snacks have always been their favorites. When Feiyang and the two beauties came to a Chinese roast duck restaurant, it was already crowded with people and business was booming. Stormy frowned after just 2 glances, saying that the environment here was too bad, the hygiene was not very particular, and she was a little disgusted when she saw those greasy roast ducks hanging upside down. Stormy's opinion was quickly agreed by Jessica. Although Yi Feiyang felt that this place was not as bad as they said, and roast duck was still a brand that many Chinese restaurants were selling, but today's lunch was the protagonist's, so naturally their opinions were more important, so the 3 of them went to a farther place. After walking and stopping along the way, and observing for nearly 15 minutes, Stormy finally chose a high-end Chinese restaurant with a big red lantern hanging at the door. The restaurant was refreshing and spacious, elegant, and quiet. When you walked in, you would see a beautiful waterscape, which made you feel relaxed and happy. When you listened to the soft music, it was even more refreshing. Yi Feiyang just glanced at it casually and couldn't help but admire Stormy's choice of place. Dining here is definitely different from those noisy and crowded small restaurants on the street. The 3 of them asked for a private room. After sitting down, Stormy was really not polite at all. He ordered more than a dozen delicacies in one breath, and then he asked Jessica and Yi Feiyang for their opinions with satisfaction. After Jessica looked at the menu and ordered 2 more dishes, she handed the menu to Yi Feiyang with a smile. Yi Feiyang was already stunned. There were nearly 20 dishes in total. Could he finish them? Alas, if it were Anne Hathaway, she would definitely not do this. She would carefully order a few delicious dishes, just enough to eat. That's what it means to truly love your girlfriend. Know how to be frugal, and know that it's not easy for men to make money outside. This table of Chinese food obviously suits the tastes of the 2 beauties. It's true that Chinese food is famous all over the world. American Western food is simply junk food. Even if they think the most high-end dishes are just some delicacies that suit their tastes, unlike Chinese food, which has 8 major cuisines with sour, sweet, bitter and spicy flavors. Seeing Stormy and Jessica eating with relish, Yi Feiyang also threw away his arms and ate a lot. After all, he was paying for it, so he would be wasting it if he didn't eat. In a moment, half of the food on the table was eaten by the 3 of them. American girls are different from Chinese girls. They are not reserved when eating. They will only act like ladies when attending a special party. For a private dinner like this, they really enjoy eating, and their mouths are full of oil. Yi Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so many fat girls in the United States. It turns out that it's all because of the good food. But just as the 3 of them were eating and drinking and chatting and laughing, suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the private room, and then a head popped in. Wow, Feiyang, it's really you. The person turned out to be the camel in Chinatown. It is said that, since the camel in Chinatown hooked up with Yi Feiyang, he has turned over a new leaf, especially as one of the shareholders of Dream Pictures. He can be said to have no worries about food and drink, and he gets a lot of dividends. The group of brothers who follow him are also getting more and more generous and rich. Walking in Chinatown, they all have their chests and bulging bellies, and they are proud of themselves. Everyone knows that they can have what they have today because of Dream Pictures, and it is the benefit brought to everyone by Yi Feiyang. So if everyone hears someone saying bad things about Dream and Yi Feiyang behind their backs, they will beat them up. Chinatown Toy is even more caring towards Yi Feiyang. Not long ago, he heard that Yi Feiyang was worried about filming, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep well, and was about to get sick. He felt sorry for him, so he came here to eat today. When he heard that Yi Feiyang was there, he hurried over to take a look, but he was stunned. He saw Yi Feiyang biting a chicken leg and struggling with his teeth. There were 2 beautiful foreign girls beside him. KO, does this look like he is sick? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang saw that it was Toy, and hurriedly dropped the chicken leg in his mouth, wiped his hands and said, Toy, why are you here? I'm eating here, and I heard that you were there too, so I came to see. Feiyang, are you okay? Me? What can happen to me? I'm fine. Yeah, I think you're fine too. Toy glanced at Stormy and Jessica ambiguously, thinking that Feiyang is a lucky guy. How could Yi Feiyang know what he was thinking? Seeing that he cared about him so much, he was inevitably a little touched. At this moment, the phone rang. It was a spy that Yi Feiyang had planted near Mike's villa. telling him that Mike might show up and asking him to go over quickly. You look busy. Grandpa Tuo smiled when he saw Yi Feiyang answering the phone. A friend called. Yi Feiyang hung up the phone and thought about how to leave. Grandpa Tuo said again, by the way, Yang, I heard that you are going to shoot a new movie. How is it? Do you need my help? I said that I will hand over my old bones to you for the rest of my life. Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Haha, I'm sorry to bother you, but if you really want to help, just get this done. I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave first. Yi Feiyang thought that it was important to do important things, so he stuffed the bill over and ran away. Grandpa Tuo. Oh, it turns out that asking me to help is to help pay the bill. This kid. Toy sat down and said to Stormy and Jessica in amazement, look, the chicken legs are still edible, let's not waste them. When Yi Feiyang arrived at the gate of Neverland Manor, he saw a large group of media reporters blocking the gate. There is no doubt that these people are the guys who make a living by hyping up the king's scandals. For example, the most famous American reporter Maliki became famous by constantly tracking the Michael plastic surgery scandal, and his belly was full. In fact, since 1981, Jackson has undergone more than 10 facial plastic surgeries. In order to get rid of his typical black features, he also underwent injections and transplants to change his black skin color to white skin color, and his obviously short and wide black nose was also changed to a tall European nose of white people. His eyebrows, eyes, ears, and cheekbones were also trimmed. He himself stated that he had undergone 3 operations, 2 rhinoplasty operations. The first was to repair the nose injured while dancing in 1978, and the second was to repair the flaws of the first operation, and a skin grafting operation, due to a burn on his head during an advertisement. Journalist Maliki criticized that his plastic surgery and the rumored skin bleaching incident were to cover up his African American ancestry. But the plastic surgeon frankly claimed that Jackson just used a lot of cosmetics to cover up the spots on his body caused by vitiligo. He kept chimpanzees as pets and constantly had plastic surgery and bleaching. In addition, his increasingly androgynous voice and various weird behaviors earned him the nickname of Weird Jack. It is precisely because of this that many reporters regarded Mike as the protagonist who constantly created gossip, news, and scandals, and tracked him relentlessly, making him breathless. Yi Feiyang hated these fly-like reporters. In his opinion, reporters should also be divided into different levels, and divided into those with or without bottom lines. But it is obvious that these guys in front of him belong to the kind of low-level, bottom-line-less stuff. In order to make news, they can make up anything. For celebrities, they are a group of poisonous insects that can never be driven away. Of course, the premise is that you must be famous enough, and these poisonous insects will buzz around you. Hey, man, please move away. Yes, stop crowding around the door. Do you hear me? A burly black security guard pushed a white reporter wearing glasses. The reporter with glasses yelled, "Damn it, you dare to touch me? You know, I can sue you for personal assault." The black security guard spread his hands helplessly. "Man, I just asked you to step back a little bit. Don't block here, understand?" "Of course we understand, but we don't need you to give us orders. We want to see Mike. Yes, we want to see him. Mr. Mike is going out later. Please leave here first. Don't block the door." The black security guard negotiated with these reporters in a boring way. In fact, he was almost tired of doing this kind of work. The damn reporters were just a bunch of sharp-tongued bastards. He had to argue with them every day. His lips were almost worn out. Well, if the salary was not considerable, he would not do this deadly job. I'm talking about you. Why are you trying so hard to get in?" The black security guard alertly saw Yi Feiyang, who wanted to enter the Dream Manor. Yi Feiyang turned around and explained, "Hello, I'm not a reporter, I'm a director. Yes, I want to see Mr. Mike to discuss something." "Discuss something? Do you have an appointment?" "Appointment? Oh yes, I seem to have forgotten, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Mike remembers me. I have been in contact with him for several days." "Sorry, man, you can't enter without an appointment." "Oh really? I see. I'm very sorry. Then you see, I'll leave now. Yes, leave immediately. It won't interfere with your work. Yi Feiyang said very politely. At this time, the reporter with glasses and other media rushed into the manor. Oh damn. Stop them. The black security guard called his companions to hold the door tightly and push the reporters out. Seeing that they were so busy, Yi Feiyang shrugged and slipped in without any hesitation. The black security guard turned around and saw that Yi Feiyang was gone. He wondered, hey, did he really leave? To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. Give you 3 minutes. Facing this dream manor, Yi Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. This dream manor is really big, especially the layout of the facilities. At first glance, it is simply a fairy tale kingdom, with a huge castle painted in red, yellow, and green. Green lawns, beautiful peacocks, and cute antelopes strolling leisurely on it. In addition, there are huge roller coasters and mighty pirate ships. God, is this really a place where people live? It can be compared to Disneyland. Just as Yi Feiyang looked around the surrounding environment, a low howl similar to the roar of a tiger suddenly sounded behind him. It was very deterrent. The strong sense of power penetrated the air, and even the grass on the ground trembled slightly. Oh no, there's a dog. Yi Feiyang turned around suddenly, only to see a giant dog with hair standing on end, as fierce as a lion, roaring at him. Its forelegs were knotted with muscles, and it growled softly in its throat. Its eyes were fierce as it stared at Yi Feiyang, a strange face. Its fangs were dripping with fishy saliva, and the iron collar around its neck was rattling. Even though a big man in a bodyguard uniform behind him was pulling the chain with all his might, he was still pulled forward by the force of the giant dog. Hey, man, who are you, and how did you get in? The big man wiped the sweat off his head and asked Yi Feiyang awkwardly. Oh, hello, let me introduce myself. Yi Feiyang stood up and walked towards the giant dog. His unintentional action made the bodyguard stunned for a while. Oh damn, don't come over, it's dangerous. This giant dog is an authentic pit bull, a great dog breed that combines beautiful body shape, developed muscles, extremely smart mind, tenacious will, amazing endurance, and good hygiene habits. The American Federal Dog Association recognizes it as the world's #1 dog breed. A perfect pit bull makes people love and hate it. What you love is its beautiful curves, healthy body, tenacious will, absolutely smart mind, and dependence and trust on people. What you hate is that it stirs up trouble, is brave and aggressive, and swears to die. The giant dog, which had already become fierce, shook violently and broke free from the restraints of the bodyguard. With a flick of its blue-white fangs, the giant dog bit Yi Feiyang's throat without hesitation. The sudden change stunned the bodyguard. Oh my god, someone is going to die. Want to bite me? Don't you know that I'm your ancestor? Yi Feiyang squinted at the giant dog with fangs and green teeth, stretched out a palm to pinch the throat of the beast, and with a twist of 2 fingers, he lifted up the giant dog weighing more than 100 pounds. Animals always have sharper senses than humans, and their instinctive fear made it realize that the human in front of it not only captured him easily, but also exuded a dangerous aura. With a loud bang, Yi Feiyang directly lifted the giant dog's head and swung it around and smashed it hard on the grass. After a few moves, the surroundings fell into silence. The bodyguard was completely stunned. This giant dog was a beast that 2 people couldn't hold back when it went crazy, and now it died quietly? Oh my god, Alexander, you died miserably. The bodyguard glared at Yi Feiyang. Dude, you are responsible. It's not dead. Yi Feiyang's smile disappeared, and his face darkened. The thing he hated most was threatening his life. The bodyguard's body trembled slightly, but it was not anger, but a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. He saw the light in Yi Feiyang's eyes. 1 hit kills. If I had faced his attack directly, I would probably have to buy a piece of land in the cemetery now, but I practice boxing every day and occasionally practice free fighting. My skills haven't deteriorated much, right? After Yi Feiyang took a deep breath, he calmed down the violent emotions in his chest that had been calm for a long time. He walked over and kicked the giant dog. The beast, which had no breath at all, suddenly began to jump up again. It licked the bodyguard first, and then stared at Yi Feiyang with bared teeth, but did not dare to come up. "Alexander, you are not dead." The sturdy bodyguard hugged the big dog's neck, surprised and surprised. "You know, if something happens to this giant dog, you will be jointly responsible. Then being fired is the lightest punishment. In serious cases, you will have to pay a fine. It doesn't matter if the money is small, but the problem is that this giant dog is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. God, I'm afraid I will have to work for nothing for my whole life to pay it back." Just as the bodyguard was wiping the sweat from his forehead, a bodyguard wearing a black suit and black sunglasses came over. "Hey, Lime, what happened?" "Oh, nothing. Just a false alarm." "Yes, a false alarm. Who is he?" The bodyguard with sunglasses looked at Yi Feiyang again. "He is." Bodyguard Lime didn't know how to explain. Yi Feiyang took the opportunity to say, "Hey, I'm the guest invited by your Mr. Mike. Yes, we have an appointment to discuss something. Here, this is my business card." Yi Feiyang handed over the business card. The bodyguard with sunglasses took a look and didn't doubt it, because being able to come in through the door meant that he was allowed, and Lime next to him didn't say anything. "Well, buddy, please follow me. This place is too big, and you will get lost." "Ha, indeed, this place is too big and beautiful," Yi Feiyang praised, and then looked at the giant dog and the bodyguard Lime. "You are not bad either." The giant dog and Lime trembled together. With the sunglasses bodyguard leading the way, Yi Feiyang easily found his target, Michael Jackson. At this time, Mike was worried about what clothes to wear when going out. "Oh god, isn't this the suit I wore when I visited the grave last year? No, it's too unlucky. Yes, no, change it." Looking at the 30 or 40 pieces of clothes piled on the ground, the housekeeper helplessly found another one. You, come here. What are you doing peeking around?" Mike saw the bodyguard. "It's like this, boss. A man named Yi Feiyang said he has an appointment with you." "Huh? Yi Feiyang, the name sounds familiar, but did I really make an appointment with him? I don't remember it." Mike snapped his fingers, and his agent Peter came over. "Do I have an appointment with this thing? Well, wait a minute." The agent began to look through the records. "No, Mike, it's not written here. That is to say, I don't know this person at all." "That's not it. Yi Feiyang, isn't he the Chinese director I told you about?" "Oh, I remember. The one who is famous for making horror movies." "Yes, damn, why is he here?" "Well, how do I know?" "Then send him away." "Oh no, let me think about it." Mike frowned. "Let him in. I want to see what he is doing." In a moment, Yi Feiyang came in. At first glance, Mike was very impressive. 8 bodyguards, strong and muscular, 4 servants standing by, and a bald manager, a total of 13 people serving. "Who are you?" "Yi Feiyang." Mike looked at Yi Feiyang with a sidelong look, while changing his clothes. "Yes, Mike, I am." "Do we know each other?" "No." "Then why did you look for me?" "Because I want to invite you." "Stop," Mike suddenly said. "I don't have that much time." "Yes, man, I usually don't talk to people I don't know well. But I still hope you can give me 3 minutes. "Only 3 minutes?" "Yes, I promise. It only takes 3 minutes to finish the words." Mike glanced at the bodyguards beside him. "Okay, then I'll give you a chance. You know, I like a star in your China very much. He is very good at fighting. I wonder if you are good at it?" "What, want me to show off my skills?" This Mike is so interesting. Is he still childish? Thinks that all Chinese people can do martial arts? Exclamation mark. "Me. I know some basic kung fu." "That's good. I hope you can compete with dear Rubin Khan. If you beat him, then I will give you 3 minutes. It's a deal." "It's a deal." Mike began to like this straightforward young man. It was so cool to see Chinese kung fu with his own eyes. "Well, then, who is my opponent?" Yi Feiyang asked very politely. "Yes, it's him, the one who brought you in just now," Mike said with a smile. Yi Feiyang walked to the sunglasses bodyguard with a smile on his face and asked warmly, "Excuse me, are you Reuben Khan?" "It's me." Reuben Khan nodded and stretched out his hand to take off his sunglasses handsomely. Bang. At the moment when the sunglasses man admitted that he was the Reuben Khan Mike mentioned, Yi Feiyang suddenly raised his big foot and kicked. Then, the guy who had just taken off his sunglasses and had not yet posed handsomely fell to the ground with his hands covering his crotch, and the blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible. Mike, the agent, and other bodyguards in the hall all opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Feiyang with a blank expression in surprise. Does this guy understand sportsmanship? Reuben Khan is not ready yet. How can you kick him there? Thinking of Yi Feiyang's insidiousness and cunningness, Mike felt a little sick. Oh, man, you just asked me to beat him, but you didn't tell me how to fight, so I want to end the fight quickly. No. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Mike shouted depressedly. I haven't shouted start yet. Why did you attack? Yi Feiyang shrugged. Of course, if you think it's unfair, I can give him another chance to compete. No need. I admit defeat. Reuben Khan, who was lying on the ground and couldn't stand up, said in a trembling voice. Still competing? It will kill people. In fact, when Yi Feiyang kicked just now, Reuben Khan had already seen the depth of the opponent's skills. If he really competed again, he would probably lose even more miserably. Mike didn't expect that his proud bodyguard would be so unmotivated. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "Okay, man, I'll keep my promise. 3 minutes, now you talk." To be continued, chapter 184. What are you so arrogant about? You are an expired king. When Yi Feiyang's unsportsmanlike one-hit kill knocked Michael Jackson's bodyguard to the ground, Mike was very upset and helplessly spread his hands and said, "Okay, man, I'll keep my promise. 3 minutes, now you can talk." When Yi Feiyang heard that Mike was willing to listen to him, he thought for a while and said, "It's very simple. The name of my play is Dancing on the Floor. It tells the story of a talented dancer who was betrayed by his friends, and then he re-understood life, friendship, and career." Yi Feiyang roughly told the story of his script at a rapid speed. Compared with the Indian version of Dancing on the Floor in his previous life, Yi Feiyang added some popular American spirit of struggle and commercial element. Just like Stallone's Rocky, the theme is very clear. As long as you have a dream, anything can be realized. Of course, Yi Feiyang can be said to know Mike best. In his previous life, he studied or heard about Mike's various deeds, and he also had some understanding of his personality and way of doing things. Big names have their own personalities. They like to lose their tempers and do their own thing. On the surface, they don't care much about other people's opinions, but in fact, they are sensitive and fragile. Otherwise, they would not be devastated by the scandal. Mike's biggest characteristic is childishness, which becomes more obvious after he became famous. It may be because he lacked family warmth since childhood, had no money to buy toys, or never received gifts. After becoming famous, he bought children's toys lavishly, and even decorated his home into a children's playground. From the large roller coasters and pirate ships outside his house, we can see how childish he is. Mike even likes to play with children, which is also the main reason for his scandal. In Mike's view, playing games with children can take him back to his childhood and find his own happy time. And children are not scheming, they are pure and simple. But in the eyes of outsiders, you are a grown-up, but you like to hang out with a bunch of children. What else is it, if not a psychopath? Exclamation mark. In short, Yi Feiyang's understanding of Mike made him add innocence and fun to the script when he expounded it and magnified the theme of the play, which is, the god of dance is resurrected. Facing Yi Feiyang's speech, Michael Jackson looked at his watch at first and asked his agent to count the time, and then he was attracted by the story of Yi Feiyang's play. How similar the character in this play is to himself. Yes, after struggling in the entertainment industry for so many years, he has been betrayed by relatives and friends, betrayed by good friends, and has received countless honors and experienced countless hardships. Until now, he is still deeply trapped in the quagmire of fame and fortune. Others think that being a star and a king is so cool, but only he knows how hard it is. Okay, time is up, friend. Before Mike finished listening to Yi Feiyang's story, his agent beside him had reminded Yi Feiyang that time was up. Yi Feiyang took a deep breath. Although he had not finished speaking all the words in his heart, he at least made a good start and let Mike know the essence of his play. The god of dance is resurrected. Just this reason can move his heart. Indeed, Mike was moved by Yi Feiyang's story because the story was so close to his own. However, as a superstar, he had to show off, and he couldn't be moved by just 2 or 3 words. So Mike said, "Yes, my friend, your story is very touching, but unfortunately, you should know that I only sing and never make movies. Yes, this is my principle, so you should leave." Yi Feiyang seemed to have expected Mike to say this, and smiled and said, "You are right, I should leave. Mike, I also know that you don't make movies, but I thought I could move you with my sincerity, but it seems that I failed. Well, how should I put it? I originally wanted to come and save you, who knows?" Before Yi Feiyang finished speaking, Michael Jackson's face had changed color. "What did you say, man? You came to save me? Are you kidding me? Who am I? Why do I need you to save me? I think it's better for me to save you." Mike was very angry, and many people around him were silent. Even the agent kept silent, thinking that this Chinese guy was too bad at talking, and hurt Mike's face. Yi Feiyang was not scared by Mike's sudden rage. He said, "Really, Mike, you really don't need to be saved? Look at what you look like now. My god, who would believe that you are the king of pop? Everybody has long lost interest in your songs and your dancing. What everyone is interested in is your scandals, how you had plastic surgery, how you fight lawsuits, and how you spend lavishly and live beyond your means." Yi Feiyang's call was like a thunderbolt, which made Michael Jackson feel hot all over. "Damn, you bastard, this outspoken guy. Are you angry, Mike? Look at your face. It's red, very red. Did I hit you in the heart? Did I poke your skin and let you see your reality? You are out of date, no longer the legend you once were. You know it, but you don't want to admit it. Don't want to admit your failure, your decline. Don't want to admit that you have fallen from the throne of stars and become a past tense that is maliciously consumed by others." Yi Feiyang continued to stimulate and attack Michael Jackson with harsh words, trying to help him wake up from his dream and stop living in the halo of the past. "You must stand up, Mike. You must be resurrected, Mike. You have to tell everyone that you, Michael Jackson, are not a past tense, nor an outdated star. You can still conquer hundreds of millions of viewers with your performances and your dances." Yi Feiyang said in a sonorous tone. Mike was about to collapse. Yi Feiyang's words might be the most unwilling and unlikely thing for him to hear in his life. Even Peter, his closest agent, had to admit that he dared not say these words, nor would he say them, for fear of touching Mike's fragile nerves. Yes, Mike's nerves were very fragile. Facing Yi Feiyang's violent verbal attack, he was almost going crazy. He grabbed his hair and roared with a splitting headache, "Come on, kick this damn guy out. I don't want to see him again. No." Seeing that the boss had spoken, the bodyguards had to take action. "No, you don't have to chase me away. I will leave by myself," Yi Feiyang said very defiantly. "In fact, Mike, what I said just now is the truth, but you don't want to face it yourself, and you are afraid to face it, aren't you? Wake up quickly, Miking. How I hope you can conquer all those who laugh at you with your performance. Well, that's all I have to say. Goodbye." Yi Feiyang said this and turned away. Looking at Yi Feiyang's back, the King Mike was still furious. What did he say? What did he say? How could he do this? Oh, God, I'm almost dying. I'm so pissed off by him. Who am I? I'm Michael Jackson, not some low-profile little star, he said loudly, panting and gesticulating nervously with his hands. No one around dared to say anything. As old people who had served Mike for many years, they knew that Mike had a bad temper like a child. When he got angry, he would not care about the consequences and make you lose face. Shh, Mike, calm down. Calm down a little. Take a deep breath. Come on, take a deep breath. Peter, the agent, had to step out and persuade him. Mike ran wildly in the room. After about 3 minutes, he finally listened to Peter's words and calmed down a little. "Peter, do you think I'm really out of date? Mike asked. No, how could that be? You are still very popular. Look, the reporters outside have explained everything. But that guy just said that to me. Oh my god, it hurts my heart. That's because he doesn't know your true situation, Mike. Don't let him disturb your mood. Yes, don't pay attention to him. He is just an insignificant director. Yes, I don't have to pay attention to him. Don't care about him. He is insignificant. Mike kept chattering. So dear Mike, do you still want to go out? Go out? No, I want to rest. Don't bother me. Mike said and went upstairs, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Do you want to persuade him again? No, he has this temper. Then, all of you go away. I will call you, if there is anything. Agent Peter said. Mike's big bedroom is like a small children's playground. Mike punched an inflatable Mickey Mouse on the head, making Mickey Mouse squeak. Damn it. Mike rode on an electric dolphin and shook it hard. His heart was filled with depression and anger, but also with an indescribable feeling. Why does my heart feel so bitter? Mike wiped his eyes, and he actually cried. I shed tears. Damn God, I actually cried. How could this happen? Mike slapped the dolphin under his butt. Damn guy, did you come to me just to laugh at me and ridicule me? Woo. Who said I'm out of date? I'm still very popular. There are many people who like me. Yes, they like me, and they can't live without me. Woo. Holding the electric dolphin's neck, Mike lay on it, like a wounded child, in distress, in sadness, and fell asleep. To be continued, chapter 185. Big plan. Besides, Feiyang, who returned with nothing, seemed to have been mentally prepared for the failure to convince Michael Jackson to join his dancing soccer. Therefore, when he returned to the company, the first thing he did was to make more detailed changes to the script of the play, making it closer to Michael's story. The script content, for Michael, who is recognized as the best dancer in the United States, dance is not only a passion, but also his motivation to live. So, when he found himself being kidnapped by his partner Peter, who was worldly wise and good at manipulating others, and was expelled from the dance academy he founded, his dream was shattered in an instant. He lost the courage to continue to fight in the dance world, and even more lost the confidence in life. The sarcasm and ridicule around him, like a sharp knife, made him feel the pain in his heart. By chance, Mike met 3 young and beautiful girls, all of whom were street dance enthusiasts, talented and passionate about dance. Mike saw himself in them when he was young, and he suddenly had an idea. Could he teach them to participate in the annual American Song and Dance competition? With the emergence of this idea, Mike regained the courage to fight on, and extremely difficult challenges followed. It can be said that Feiyang directly modified the script of the play Dancing Floor into Mike's personal struggle story, and even turned several male actors in the future play into young and beautiful beauties. In this way, the watchability of this play has been greatly enhanced. Not only are the beauties pleasing to the eye, but it is also closer to the aesthetics of North American audiences. After the script was modified, Feiyang considered how to send the script to Mike. This is a very difficult task. You know, it is not an easy thing to get in touch with Mike, especially the trivial task of sending scripts, which is even more difficult to do. It is said that every year, the scripts in Mike's trash can are enough to pile up into a pyramid. Mike was very dismissive of the script. He was even less interested in filming. If he rashly sent the script over, it would definitely be thrown into the trash can, not to mention that he had scolded Mike. Even if it was not thrown into the trash can, Mike might tear it into pieces to vent his anger. After thinking it over, Feiyang finally made up his mind to secretly ask someone to send it to Michael Jackson's agent, and let the agent take a look at the story of the play first. If the agent thought it was good or very good, he would let the agent send it to Mike. Although this was a roundabout way, it was much better than giving it directly to Mike. With an idea, Feiyang began to send people to implement his plan, and told the client that Mike must see the script, no matter how much it cost. After completing this matter, Feiyang found Therese, the company's publicity director whom he trusted and respected the most, and told him that he was going to start the dancing on the floor plan immediately, and asked him if he had any good ideas. Ders, as usual, spoke incisively and without words. He said, hype, talent show, and actor selection. It was just a simple sentence, but it made Feiyang's eyes light up. It was a very good idea. If we simply held a press conference, it would not only be a thankless job, but also not as good as the promotion of the Matrix. If we just put large advertisements in newspapers and magazines, people would criticize it for being too rustic and unoriginal, not to mention that it would cost a lot. But now, under the guise of selecting actors, we can implement the promotion plan of dancing on the floor, killing two birds with one stone, which is absolutely cheap and good. That's it, Leo Do. This matter is left to you. Feiyang made the decision directly. Ders is definitely a genius in publicity. According to the traditional way of recruiting actors, it is nothing more than setting up a few tables in the company and interviewing one by one. It's just like the recruitment of personnel in the early days of Dream Pictures. But Ders didn't follow the usual path. He actually proposed to join forces with the American Fox TV station to hold a TV talent show. Fox TV is one of the largest TV stations in the United States. It and 21st Century Fox belong to Fox Media. Its business policy has always been known for bold innovation. It is one of the few innovative TV stations. It does not like to follow the trend and claims to be a Fox that does not follow the ordinary path. In fact, this business policy of Fox has helped it gain a firm foothold in the American TV industry, which is full of strong competitors. It has also attracted countless creative young people to join the station, making the company's business flourish. As the saying goes, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Ders' words directly touched Feiyang's inspiration. It seems that the American Idol program that swept the world in the previous life was also produced by Fox TV. Oh no, to be precise, in 2001, the British TV station launched the original talent show Pop Idol. At the end of the first show, 3 high-quality idols in the music world were discovered, and the idol whirlwind swept the world for a while. Fox Broadcasting Company had a keen eye for talent and bought the copyright of the program for more than $70 million and made appropriate adaptations. The purpose was to discover American singers. Later, the same producer of this program produced the dancer talent show Dancing on the Floor. Thinking of this, Feiyang told Ders about the composition, evaluation, and the entire process and model of the 2 sub-programs of the talent show Dancing on the Floor and American Idol that he had conceived. Ders was a man of great character. When he heard this, he immediately became alert. This sentence was a new type of program that could create history. At this moment, Ders looked at Feiyang as if he had seen a monster. If he only touched the surface of these 2 talent shows, Feiyang directly touched his soul. No, to be precise, being able to completely design the entire process and model of the 2 talent shows in such a short time. This is simply a genius. Ders suddenly felt that he always thought he was very talented, but compared with his boss Feiyang, he was just a small witch meeting a big witch. There was no comparison. If Ders used to be in Dream Pictures, he still had a little bit of the airs of a genius and military strategist and ignored everyone. Now, he completely gave in front of Feiyang, and he was full of admiration for Feiyang. Just do it when you have a plan. According to the model of the 2 talent shows Dancing on the Floor and American Idol mentioned by Feiyang, Ders drafted a plan overnight and found his old friend and classmate Scott, the production manager of Fox TV. The next morning, the 2 old friends met and sighed. Scott believed that he was now in a high position and was very prominent in the TV station. In comparison, Ders was just the publicity director of a small film company. He was inevitably a little proud, but he said that if Ders' family had not had problems, his current environment might be better than his own. Then Scott started to say that his car had recently broken down and he was going to buy a new car with a down payment of $300,000. If there was a chance, he would take Ders for a ride. Old friends should get together more often. Ders didn't say much about this. Facing his old friend's show off, he just picked up the phone casually and directly pre-ordered a sports car worth $1 million. Then he shrugged and said to his friend Scott, "I got a little dividend last month, so I can pay off the money and buy a car. I don't have to take your car for a ride, Scott." It took him a moment, to come back to his senses and coughed a few times. "Brother, I think we should talk about business." In the office, Durs laid out the plans for dancing on the dance floor and American Idol very neatly. Scott was also a connoisseur, and he immediately knew how much power was contained in it. He immediately called the highest person in charge of the TV station and several senior executives. It's not to mention that as one of the best TV stations in the United States, the efficiency of their work is as high as their news efficiency. Unlike China, they study and study again, hold meetings again, and when the project is established, the opportunity is gone. After a simple exchange of ideas, the top management of Fox unanimously agreed that this is a rare opportunity, an extraordinary idea. If it can be successfully implemented according to the plan, then the future of American entertainment programs will suffer an unprecedented earthquake. Fox's gang is very smart. After realizing this, they immediately proposed to Durs that they were willing to pay a high price to buy out the two talent shows from Dream Company. Durs was a person of no character. He smiled slightly and said only one sentence: "We can develop together, but we won't sell it." The meaning is very simple and clear. Let's do it together and make money together. We will not sell this thing to you. In the United States, copyright is a very important thing. Whether it is a TV work, any work, or any formed plan, as long as you apply for legal protection, then other companies cannot use or copy it at will. Fox TV company was caught off guard by the fact that Dream TV had such a big appetite and wanted to join hands with Fox to enter the TV industry. If Feiyang was here, he might have shouted that it was a misunderstanding. He just came up with this idea by accident and had no such plan to enter the TV industry. However, for Feiyang's military advisors, this was definitely a rare springboard. It was a very cost-effective deal to directly expand the market from movies to TV. The people of Fox started the meeting again. Durs was calm, drinking coffee. He got impatient and said, "I'm sorry, if you haven't decided yet, then I have a date with a ***C TV station." Just this one sentence directly shortened the meeting time for everyone at Fox. Finally, they gave a decision to Durs. "Okay, let's do it together." To be continued. Chapter 186. Crazy, all crazy. The two programs, So You Think You Can Dance and American Idol, provided by Dream Pictures to Fox TV are perfect. However, in the spirit of testing the waters, being careful and cautious, at the recommendation of Dream Pictures, United TV first launched the talent show for So You Think You Can Dance, and the area is limited to Los Angeles, and other areas will not be carried out for the time being. If it is done well, and the feedback is good, then the selection areas will be gradually increased, the scale of the talent show will be expanded, and the production of the program American Idol will be started. Therefore, Dream Pictures invested $1 million to take away the program copyright, and Fox TV invested $3 million to take away human and material resources, and jointly produce the first reality talent show in the history of the United States. So You Think You Can Dance, which was officially launched in Los Angeles, a major city in North America. September 21, 1999. Fox and Dream Pictures jointly created Dancing on the Floor. Recruitment officially started, with a grand performance venue, an eye-catching jury, generous bonuses and benefits, and an eclectic selection model, and the creativity of turning grassroots into superstars and sparrows into phoenixes, which immediately attracted countless people to participate in the audition. Do you have a dream? Can you dance? Can you become the next king of the world? Then please come to Dancing on the Floor and show your style. The winner can not only get a cash reward of $100,000, but also get a performance contract signed with Dream Pictures and have the opportunity to participate in the movie Dancing on the Floor. The movie of the same name, Dancing on the Floor, is also being launched, and the great director Feiyang will bring you unexpected miracles. Eon. The recruitment slogan was so inflammatory that it became a sensation in Los Angeles not long after it was released. In a cake shop, a black guy was making a cake out of boredom, and then he saw the promotional advertisement on TV. He left the half-made cake that looked like a lump of something and walked out without looking back. The boss called him from behind. "Damn, where are you going?" The black guy replied, I want to participate in dancing soccer. I want to get $100,000. I want to act and be a star. In a fast food restaurant, a white girl was placing an order for a customer, and at this time, an advertisement for dancing soccer was being broadcast on TV. The customer was getting impatient. Hey, girl, are you watching TV or taking care of the customers? Write quickly, 3 chicken legs and 2 hamburgers, and add more vegetables. I have a strong taste, so ask your kitchen to put more pepper. Sorry, sir, if you want to eat, make it yourself. Bye. The white girl put down the menu and walked away. Damn it, what are you going to do? I'm going to participate in dancing soccer. A car instructor was sitting in the car with fear in his heart. The driver was a burly man who had failed the test 3 times. Don't worry, dear coach, I feel that I have practiced enough. Yes, look at me. Now the ignition is very smooth, and stepping on the accelerator is also very smooth. Don't talk so much, pay attention to the road ahead. By the way, turn left, there are fewer people there. By the way, drive straight ahead. Look at you, dear coach, it's me who is taking the driver's license test, not you. You look so nervous. Do you want to listen to the radio to relax? The burly man said and turned on the car radio, which was playing an advertisement for dancing soccer. Oh damn, the registration time is almost over. The burly man suddenly roared madly. What? Before the coach understood, the man made a sharp turn. Let's go now. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, the car flew out. Oh god, please slow down. I'm sorry, I need to sign up. Then put me down first. No, there's no time. Please, step on the brakes. The car flew up from a pile of sand and landed with a bang. The coach was sweating profusely, and the burly man was possessed by the god of car, and the car sped away again. Dancing So You Think You Can Dance, jointly created by Fox TV and Dream Pictures, has disturbed the peace of the entire Los Angeles. You can see people who are crazy about their dreams anytime and anywhere, regardless of gender, age, or profession. All of them go to the registration office to sign up with their dreams. Therefore, many media reporters couldn't help but sigh and express surprise. Oh god, these people are all crazy. As long as they can dance, they will sign up for dancing. So you think you can dance? I can't believe my eyes. Los Angeles has gone crazy. Everyone has gone crazy just for a talent show called Dancing Soccer that has only been promoted for less than 3 days. September 25th, 1999. In Los Angeles, the talent show hall of Fox TV was packed with people. You can clearly see all kinds of contestants and audiences filling the entire venue. Everyone here, regardless of race and skin color, age, and appearance, came for one ideal, that is, to show their style on the big stage of dancing soccer. On the performance stage in the center of the venue, there was a huge background poster with 2 dancing phantoms, like blue lightning, spinning on it, and a line of English slogans. How big the dream is, how big the stage is. The 3 people who served as judges in this show were the famous poisonous tongue moss in the Los Angeles TV industry, the famous dance master, the beautiful Luna known as the Blue Flame, and the owner and director of Dream Pictures Feiyang. This was also the first time that Feiyang appeared in the American media industry, and he appeared as a judge, which was very special. From the 3 lineups of judges, it can be seen that Dream Pictures and Fox TV have joined hands to hire professional dancers to create this talent show. Entertainment and professionalism, dance, and competition are perfectly combined, which is bound to create the most shocking scene. In the magnificent performance hall, the talk show host Steve took the lead and said, "Big dreams, real wealth. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dancing Battle Talent Show. Yes, our show is about to open, and most of the contestants who are fortunate enough to participate in our audition are from Los Angeles. There is no way. This show is still very new, and I don't know what the ratings are, so as long as we test it in Los Angeles, if it is not successful, we will directly cut it off. If it is successful, we will expand the scale and selection range. Please forgive me for being so direct, but I still hope that all my dear friends will support us and pay attention to us, so that my ratings will rise step by step, and it will be so high that it will explode. God can prove how much we are dedicated to this show. Today I didn't even have the chance to kiss my wife goodbye, and I ran here directly. Okay, no more small talk. Let me first introduce to you the contestants of this talent show. They are talents from all walks of life in Los Angeles. Each of them has unique skills, and their dancing skills are not to be underestimated. There is no doubt that tonight will be a fierce battle, and there is no doubt that tonight will be an incomparable visual feast. Well, I don't need to say more. Whether tonight is exciting or not, please wait and see. Like the previous competitions, we have prepared 3 judges for you tonight. 2 handsome guys and a beautiful woman. Now let's invite Mr. Moss, who is a famous venomous tongue with a typical sharp tongue. During the introduction, Moss, dressed in a suit and tie, stood up and kept blowing kisses to the audience. Mr. Moss, do you want to say a few words? The host Steve handed the microphone to Moss. Moss smiled and said, "What I want to say is that those guys who are not prepared with anti-venomous snakes should pay attention. I'm an out and out venomous snake, tongue." After saying this, Moss stuck out his tongue in a very naughty way. People burst into laughter. A black lady said to her friend next to her, "This guy's really funny. Look at his tongue. It must be so cool to be his woman. Don't be happy too soon. This guy's famous for his vicious mouth. He is giving the contestants a shot of prevention. Otherwise he will make them cry and lose face." Okay, let us all thank Mr. Moss and his tongue. Next, we are going to introduce the champion of the American Dance Contest, who is also a beauty among beauties, the Blue Flame in Dance. She is Miss Luna, who has beauty and figure, wisdom and dancing skills. Following the introduction by the host Steve, the blonde beauty sitting next to Feiyang stood up gracefully. She had blonde hair draped over her shoulders and braided into 2 small braids at the back, which made her look dignified and elegant. But in contrast to her dignified and elegant hairstyle was a seductive face and revealing clothes, especially the deep breasts on her chest, which were enough to make all men stare at them. Her peach-like breasts were wrapped in tight jeans. When she stood up to greet the audience, her high and beautiful buttocks made people feel itchy. It might be because of her regular dance practice that there was no gap between her beautiful legs. In short, she was a natural beauty, a beauty that a man could not control himself at first sight. No, it should be a blonde beauty. "Beautiful Miss Luna, what do you want to say to everyone?" asked the host Steve. "What I want to say is that I'm very grateful to Fox TV and Dream Pictures for giving me this opportunity. As a dancer, I hope everyone can perform their best tonight. Well, thank you all." After saying this, Miss Luna sat down very gracefully. Before she sat down, she smiled at Feiyang with her eyes rolling. "I have to say, this woman is really tempting." Feiyang has great self-control, but he was also electrified by her seductive eyes. To be continued. Chapter 187. Shocking North America. At the launch of the TV talent show Dancing on the Floor, the host introduced Feiyang. After introducing the 2 judges, well, I guess everyone has already met the 2 judges. Now the person I want to introduce to you is very important. Yes, he is really important. Because he has stirred up the storm in Hollywood countless times and caused countless media debates. He has black hair and black eyes. He is smart and wise. He is courageous and legendary. He has created one miracle after another. I guess someone has guessed who he is by now. Yes, it's him. He is the owner of Dream Pictures and a well-known horror film director in Hollywood. He is Mr. Feiyang from China. Everyone welcome him. Steve stretched out his tone and said the name of the last judge. Feiyang immediately stood up and waved to everyone politely. As the most newsworthy person in Hollywood today, Feiyang standing up is absolutely epoch-making. Why do you say that? Because Feiyang was very reserved and secretive before, and didn't like to show up in the media, but this time he was a judge with great fanfare, which made many people who like him and dislike him speculate, damn, what is this guy going to do? Yes, what is he going to do? Facing everyone's doubts, Feiyang gave an answer. He said, "Actually, I have a personal purpose, to be a judge of this program. Yes, my purpose is to select excellent dancers to participate in my new movie Dancing on the Floor." Wow, no way, Magical Yi is going to shoot a musical? Yes, the name of his new movie is Dancing on the Floor. Does Magical Yi want to compete with the Wachowski brothers with this movie? No wonder this show is jointly created by Dream and Fox. It turns out to be to find actors for China Yi's new movie. Facing the discussion below the stage, Yi Feiyang said confidently, "Yes, you guessed it right. I'm going to select actors in the talent show and then use this movie to compete with The Matrix 2 by the Wachowski brothers. Maybe some people say that I'm overestimating my ability, and maybe some people think that my behavior is ridiculous. How can a musical compete with a science fiction blockbuster? But I still hope that everyone will pay more attention to me and wait and see my new movie. When the time comes, I will give everyone a surprise. Yes, it is a surprise. Don't forget, my nickname is Magic Yang." Yi Feiyang winked at everyone mischievously. Yi Feiyang's speech was brief and powerful, but he revealed two pieces of information to everyone. First, he was going to start filming a new movie. The name of the movie was Dancing on the Dance Floor, the same as the name of this program. Second, he was a judge of this program temporarily, mainly to select actors. These two pieces of information were very important and immediately ignited the gossip gunpowder in everyone's heart, which exploded with a bang. The future movie melee is about to begin, with China Yi's musical challenging the Wachowski brothers' science fiction film. China Yi doesn't shoot horror films but musicals. Great dancers are in luck. This is not just a TV talent show, it's also a movie casting. After the host Steve finished the introduction, the entire dancing show scene became even more lively. The host Steve took the microphone and said, "3 judges, I know you are fair and strict, but now many talent shows are complaining that the judges are too emotional. Many contestants advance based on emotions rather than skills. Some viewers even called the TV station to complain, saying that this is not a talent show, but an emotional show. What do you think of this?" Poisonous Tongue Moss picked up the microphone first and said, "I want to clarify one thing here. Although I'm a cold-blooded animal, I will occasionally have a fever. Haha. Thank the organizer again for giving me this opportunity. Although our show also wins by talent, I hope to incorporate personal emotions that can move people into these perfect dance talents. Just like a song, the melody is very beautiful, and more importantly, the lyrics must have connotation. Therefore, those who have outstanding dance talents are not necessarily the champions. What we want are great talents who can move the world, not small talents who are fighting for popularity. I hope everyone will work hard." It was the turn of the beautiful Luna, who was sitting in the middle. She smiled gently and said, "How should I put it, dear friends? Sometimes I tend to act on my emotions. When I see those people who have suffered misfortunes, I feel soft-hearted. Therefore, I may not be able to be ruthless most of the time. But I want to tell you that I will be responsible for you. Therefore, I hope that all contestants will be responsible for themselves. Thank you." Amid the applause, Yi Feiyang added, "In fact, as judges, we are also in a difficult situation. If the preliminary auditions are to pick people from a crowd, then we are shouldering the heavy task of panning for gold in the waves. As referees, we hope that every contestant has a chance to advance, but the competition is cruel, and there are only a few shortlisted contestants. So I hope that those talented people will stop hiding their talents and show whatever abilities they have to win everyone's applause and our expectations of you. Thank you." After some introductions, the host Steve announced the official start of the competition. The music was beautiful and majestic. Several electronic synthesizers joined the band, using onomatopoeia and beats to create the atmosphere of the rising and falling tides. The volume increased, as if there were endless tides surging onto the beach, sighing heavily and quietly retreating. At this moment, the stage has changed its layout. The venue is wide, and the lights set up around the roof shine strong lights on the stage. The first performance was the Spice Girls from the streets of Los Angeles. They brought everyone a modern dance show. Tied with the audience's expectations, 5 girls appeared on the stage amid the sound of the waves. The 5 girls were all young and beautiful, at the age of blooming flowers. They were seen swinging their arms like waves in the music. As the drum beats accelerated, their movements became faster and faster. They finally jumped apart, and then each performed wonderful dance steps, and began an exciting performance. They were seen on the stage, jumping, twisting, or doing neat movements together, with dazzling postures. No one could have imagined that the show would be so exciting right after it started, especially the 5 hot girls on the stage, twisting their hips, shaking their breasts, and showing their sexy postures, which attracted people's attention, especially the men, whose eyes almost popped out of their heads. After the dance C-Tide performed by the Spice Girls ended, the venomous tongue Moss commented, "I can't tell what kind of dancing talent this is, because I have been confused by their sexiness. I only paid attention to their beautiful legs and breasts. As for their dancing postures, please tell me, how are they dancing?" Moss threw this hot potato to the beauties Luna and Feiyang. Luna smiled and said, "I think they danced very well, especially their coordination, which was perfect and vivid. How should I put it? I vote for them." Then she looked at Feiyang with a pair of beautiful eyes. "I wonder what your decision will be, dear Yi." Feiyang laughed. "Everyone loves beauty, and they are the first dance group to perform. We Chinese have a saying of seeking good fortune, which is called a good start, so I vote for them." Ha, I didn't expect the first performance of the Spice Girls to pass directly. Congratulations to them. Yes, let's congratulate them with warm applause for their successful performance. The host Steve shouted loudly. The applause rang out, and the entire talent show gradually became regular with a good start. During the period, various dance masters appeared on the stage and various stunts were unveiled. Los Angeles is one of the largest cities in the United States. In order to win this rare competition opportunity, everyone worked hard and used all their skills, hoping to show their strengths on the stage and win the first place. Time passed quickly. Black girls, white girls, hip-hop groups, punk men, metal guys, and all kinds of people came on stage to perform. Some had superb dancing skills, which made everyone applaud. Some made jokes, which made everyone laugh. Some made fun of others, which made everyone complain. In short, on such a stage, there are only things that people can't think of, but nothing that people can't see. It can be said that the ratings of the first broadcast of Dancing on the Floor continued to rise during the program. After the first talent show, the ratings reached the top 10 of Fox variety entertainment programs. According to the previous life, such programs were generally broadcast quarterly or weekly, but under the influence of Dream Pictures, it was meant to strike while the iron was hot, and it was broadcast every day, so that the entire Los Angeles and even the entire American television industry set off an unprecedented talent show whirlwind. On the second day, Dancing on the Floor continued to be broadcast, and the ratings reached 10.3%. On the third day, Dancing on the Floor continued to be broadcast, and the ratings reached 32%. On the fourth day, Dancing on the Floor continued to be broadcast, and the ratings reached 37%. On the fifth day, Dancing on the Floor continued to be broadcast, and the ratings reached 43%. On the sixth day, Dancing on the Floor continued to be broadcast, and the ratings reached 52%. It exploded. The ratings are about to explode. No one could have imagined that this kind of talent show that needs to be broadcast continuously under the suggestion of fantasy could accumulate such a hot ratings. In just 1 week, Dancing on the Floor has become the #1 program in Los Angeles. In the entire North America, the ratings of Dancing on the Floor also ranked directly in the top 3. For a time, because of a show, the whole of North America was shocked. Chapter 188. Dancing Miracle. The popularity of the new talent show, So You Think You Can Dance, has aroused great discussion among the people of the United States. You can see various discussion information on the streets, in newspapers and magazines, on the internet, on TV, and on various mobile phone text messages. If Los Angeles, as the main base of So You Think You Can Dance, has been conquered by the entire public opinion, then the entire North America has gradually been eroded by this dance storm. New York, USA. Hey, Tracy, did you watch the game last night? The black guy's dancing skills were really great. I was almost fascinated by him. A black hot girl said to her female companion. But I'm optimistic about the white guy named Simon. Oh, I'm almost excited to see him shaking his butt. Yes, they are really great. Let's see who is better in the promotion match tonight. Of course it's my Simon. That's hard to say. Then let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. If your Simon wins, I will treat you to McDonald's for a week. Chicago, USA. Damn it, why isn't this kind of competition held in Chicago? Otherwise, I can also participate. A young man with a nose ring in his nose said angrily. Oh man, wake up. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it would be embarrassing if you really went up there. Didn't you see how many talented people there are? What are you afraid of? I'm the dancing king of Chicago. Haha, you're the one who brags. Who's bragging? You know I won first place. Yeah, but that was in kindergarten. Philadelphia, USA. Hey, old man, what do you think would happen if I went up there to participate in that dancing battle competition? An old lady asked her husband. The old man said, that will be great, dear. You were a very good dancer when you were young. I was captured by you in the ballroom. Yes, I still remember your charming dance. Then should we go to participate? For you, of course. I will drive my classic car to take you to Los Angeles. The above is just a microcosm of several major cities in North America. It can be said that in just 1 week, this talent show jointly created by Fox TV in Los Angeles and Dream Pictures has instantly become popular throughout North America. As we all know, the biggest source of income for TV programs comes from advertising, and advertisers look at your ratings. Therefore, dancing on the floor has become a hot commodity. The 6 major North American business giants, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, General Motors, Microsoft Computer, etc., have all extended olive branches to this program, hoping to become a partner of Dancing on the Floor and arrange for their own business advertisements to enter. Of course, the cost of advertising bidding has also been rising all the way, from the original $3 million, soaring to $6 million, and then to the current $100,000. It can be said that Dream Pictures has invested $1 million and has made a profit of $6 million. As this program becomes more and more popular, the advertising costs will be even more profitable in the future. According to the budget of Fox TV, if this program is broadcast until the 3rd quarter, the advertising costs may exceed an astonishing $50 million. In other words, by next year, Dream Pictures will be able to make at least $25 million from the program Dance Battle. Huge profits. This is definitely a huge fortune for Dream Company, which has made such a huge profit since its first entry into the television industry. No wonder the competition in the American television industry is so fierce, and the profits are so high, no less than the film industry. Of course, making a profit from the program is not Feiyang's ultimate goal. His goal is the new play he is preparing, and the goal is the king of pop Michael Jackson, who has not yet responded. If Mike is unwilling to join, it will be useless, even if he makes this dance battle hot. In the spacious and bright bedroom of Neville and Ranch, Michael Jackson leaned on the round bed, like an Arab king, eating grapes and stroking his daughter Paris's head. Paris was playing with a Barbie doll and having a great time. Mike ate grapes and watched the live show on TV intently. For Mike, it is difficult for him to feel happy with the current TV programs, but this program is different. He was attracted from the first day he watched it. If the first time he watched it was because the Chinese Yi was the host of this program, and the name of this program was exactly the same as the name of the movie he invited himself to star in, then the second time he watched it was because this program was so wonderful. Almost all the outstanding amateur and professional dancers in Los Angeles were included. Michael Jackson himself loved dancing and was often proud of the title of King of Dance. He created the moonwalk and the 45-degree tilted dance posture, creating many miracles on the dance floor. Therefore, when he saw the talent show Dancing on the Floor, he fell in love with it. For Mike, it has been a long time since he has been so interested in a program. He even turns on the TV at 8 o'clock every night and watches it with his baby Paris. Paris also likes it very much because she will giggle when she sees something interesting. Although she can't speak much yet, Mike knows that she also loves dancing, not for anything else, just because she is his daughter. My daughter, who inherited my excellent bloodline, of course, likes singing and dancing. At this moment, watching the enthusiastic performances on the TV program, the comments of the 3 hosts, the sharp teeth of poisonous tongue Moss, the gentleness and charm of Beauty Luna, and the simplicity and insight of China Yi, Mike has experienced an indescribable feeling. In particular, Mike began to pay attention to Yi Feiyang, a guy he had met once and who used sharp words to deal with him, which made him feel very warm. Damn bastard, what you said to me that day was not so elegant. Looking at Feiyang's comments on TV, Mike ate a grape with contempt, and the grape seemed a little sour. But he seemed quite sincere that day. He's not an ordinary person who would say those things to me. Those true words. Mike said to himself, so do you think I should take his role? Look, he has made the prelude of this play very popular. Well, this guy is quite capable. He can come up with such a way to show off. He is a talent. TSK, why do I think so much? I'm Mike, the king of pop. How can I act? But, it seems that his script is really good, especially the protagonist is tailor-made for me. Oh, headache. Mike rubbed his head hard, not knowing what to do. October 7th, 1999. Fox TV and Dream Pictures have carefully created the selection site of Dancing on the Floor. Tonight's show is already halfway through. But it's different from the previous days. There haven't been any outstanding contestants tonight. There are not even any highlights. This is something that has never happened since the show started. Could it be that tonight is a rare ice age? It seems that the show is a bit dull, and the host Steve occasionally unfolds his talk show skills, singing in unison with the sharp-tongued Moss on the stage, causing the audience to laugh from time to time. Hey, Yi, are you very tired? The beautiful Luna suddenly lowered her voice and asked Feiyang, who was rubbing his temple. Feiyang said embarrassedly, nothing, I stayed up too late last night. Am I being unprofessional doing a live broadcast like this? Haha. Oh, it's nothing. Those photographers won't take these shots, but we judges are really tired. Luna smiled charmingly at Feiyang. You know, I was so sleepy that I almost fell asleep. Although he knew she was joking, Feiyang still smiled. Let's encourage each other. Don't make a fool of ourselves on this. If I'm sleepy, you kick me. If you're sleepy, I'll pinch your little hand. Okay, it's a deal. Luna rubbed Feiyang's calf with her foot. Look, isn't it? Feiyang smiled. This Luna is also very cute. For a while, the distance between the two of them was shortened a lot. Next group. The host Steve shouted, after livening up the atmosphere. Then, 6 people walked in from the stage in trance. They were 6 teenagers, and when they saw the people on the judge's seat clearly, their expressions were a little strange. But soon, Feiyang knew why their expressions were so strange. A burst of strange shouts. Master, it's you. Please teach us street dance. Master, we finally found you. It's true what the advertisement said. You are actually a judge. Aha, just agree to us this time. 6 teenagers came out all at once, talking about becoming masters and learning from them. Facing these guys, Feiyang was speechless. There was no one else except the masked dancer group. Besides, at this moment, no one expected that the dance talent show would suddenly become an inexplicable apprenticeship meeting, especially the audience at the scene, who were even more stunned, not knowing what the 6 teenagers were singing. The host Steve was also stunned. He coughed for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Why, do you know each other? Feiyang felt dizzy. He didn't expect that he didn't recruit actors for a dance talent show, but attracted these clingy guys. Poisonous tongue Moss seemed to have noticed something and laughed. Oh my god, could it be that our Yi is also a master of dancing? Otherwise, why would these 6 teenagers want to learn from him? Of course, our master Yi is absolutely a well-deserved dance god. He dances well, even better than Mike. Ah, really? Moss, Luna, including the host Steve, all looked at a certain magical guy Feiyang. Chapter 189. Ah, spare tire. By the way, the masked dancers, who suddenly appeared, didn't expect to see Feiyang as a judge on the stage. They still remembered the scene of Feiyang dancing with them at the night show, especially their admiration for Feiyang's stunning dancing skills and unparalleled stage presence. Please believe us, his dancing can definitely drive God crazy. Yes, he is the best, even Mike can't compare to him. Mike, his dancing is not as cool as his. It's so cool, you know. Seeing that everyone didn't believe them, the masked dancers shouted together. But these stupid guys forgot that the TV station was broadcasting live now. Their shouts instantly spread throughout Los Angeles and North America through the TV network. Especially the sentence he dances, even Mike can't compare to him, became popular in the entire entertainment forum at a hot speed. Damn it. Someone actually said that our king of dance is not as good as this Chinese Yi. We can't tolerate these boastful guys. Mike is a dance god in our hearts. No one can replace him. F***K. Who dares to say that he dances better than Mike? I'll kick his balls. I'm so angry. Our poor Mike is being talked about again. Mike is our idol, our only dance king. It can be said that the casual or careless words of the masked dancer have aroused the anger of many Mike fans, who think that the image of their idol has been damaged, insulted, and, in short, they feel very sorry for Mike. At the same time, in the dream manor, next to the TV, a superstar who likes to eat grapes while watching TV programs is almost choked to death by grapes. Ahem. What? Damn it. They actually said that this guy is a dance god and dances better than me. The daughter Bally, who was playing, was startled by her father's sudden anger and burst into tears. Mike had to put aside his anger and jealousy, picked up his beloved little daughter, and kissed her cheek. Oh my dear, don't cry. Daddy is not angry with you. I'm angry at the guy on TV. Look, that guy with black hair and black eyes. These little brats with no standards and no knowledge actually said that he dances better than me. God, isn't this lying in broad daylight? It's so hateful. Ah, dear Paris, why are you looking at me like that? Look at how big your eyes are. Do you support me? Well, I know that we are of one mind, and no one can bully us. In a moment. Ah, why don't you make a sound when you pee? Got, housekeeper, nanny. Dancing Showdown talent show. The host Steve was almost confused by the worship of Yi Feiyang by the masked dancers. What does it mean? Is China Yi really a martial arts master? Poisonous tongue Moss would not give up the opportunity to play a prank on Yi Feiyang. He turned around and said to Yi Feiyang with a smile, Yi, I didn't expect you have so many admirers. How about you go up and show your dancing skills? Yi Feiyang waved his hand. This is a competition. My dancing skills are actually average. Let's not waste time. What are you going to perform? Yi Feiyang changed the subject and asked the masked dancers group. The masked dancers immediately shouted, Master, you should accept us first. I promise to study hard and won't embarrass you. Don't get excited, listen to me. Yi Feiyang tried to control the situation. These teenagers were too excited, and their youth was like fire. I understand that you like street dance, and I also understand that you want to learn dance from me, but I still hope you can understand the current situation. Look, this is a dance competition, not a place to learn from a master, okay? No, master, my name is Tom, his name is Jerry, and his name is Babby. We have all made up our minds to follow you. No matter what we follow you to do, as long as you are willing to accept us, it's okay, said one of the 6 white teenagers. Wow, even Tom and Jerry are out! Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang rolled his eyes. Honey, why don't you understand what I mean? I'm a judge now, busy with talent shows, busy selecting actors, busy preparing for filming. I don't have the time or leisure to teach you to dance. It doesn't matter, you are recruiting actors, right? We can promise God that we are all willing to be actors. Tom vowed. Yi Feiyang smiled. Be an actor? Do you think being an actor is easy? You can do it whenever you want. That requires acting skills. We don't have acting skills, but we have dancing skills. Yeah, you've seen our dancing skills. They're great. Dancing skills? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang fainted, but his mind immediately lit up. Yes, their dancing skills are great, and they can be used in the upcoming dancing battle. Since they came to him voluntarily, don't waste them. It's shameful to waste resources. Okay, for your sincerity, I'll observe you first. Master, do you mean to take us as your apprentices? Oh no, I mean you can be spare tires for the time being. Spare tires in terms of actors. Spare tires? Tom, Jerry and the other 6 looked at each other. Why, you don't want to? Oh no, we do. Oh my god, we can be spare tires. We must be ready first, waiting for your call at any time. No need to wait, I will call you now. Aren't you confident in your dancing skills? Look, this is a talent show. I hope you can show your best side to everyone. Let everyone know that you are the best. Do you have confidence? Yes. The 6 teenagers roared like thunder. Well, let the show begin. Feiyang exhaled. These guys are really moltos. The performance began. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the dancing skills of the masked dancers. That is definitely not covered. Especially Tom, Jerry, and Babby, the 3 lead dancers, who are superb dancers. Breakdance, soft dance, samba, etc. combined with street dance element, displayed on the stage, causing the audience to applaud again and again. Wonderful, really wonderful, these guys are great. Very wonderful performance, refreshing. Great, very wonderful. After the performance of masked dancers, the whole venue burst into warm applause, and the 3 judges also gave the highest evaluation. It can be said that the masked dancers group led the first climax of the performance tonight. After their performance, Feiyang signaled the staff of Dream Pictures to contact them, and it would be best if they could sign a contract to participate in dancing on the floor as soon as possible. After the performance of the masked dancers group, the audition continued. On the stage, a girl came up. The moment the girl walked in, everyone felt their eyes lit up, as if a beam of light suddenly appeared in the darkness, making it impossible to open their eyes. Blonde hair, blue eyes, rosy lips, deep eyes, exquisite and protruding figure, wearing extremely sexy clothes, black bra, huge outline of the body looming, small waist, revealing a beautiful belly button. The most amazing thing is her 2 sexy legs, which are completely exposed, making people thirsty at the sight. Hello, my name is Hilton Alba. I'm here to participate in the talent show. The girl said confidently under the gaze of the people. Hilton Alba? Exclamation mark. Feiyang was stunned. The sharp-tongued Moss and the beautiful Luna were also stunned. But the reason they were stunned was different from Feiyang. After saying this, Hilton confidently posed like a model with her hands on her hips. Her perky breasts, slim waist and flat belly without a trace of fat almost made the men present bleed from their noses. The posture was too seductive. There is a kind of girl in this world called born with a charming body or born with a sexy body, which means that no matter what she does, as long as she shows her capital as a woman, there will be countless men bowing down to her. There is only one reason: men are very sexy, and her figure is really too hot and eye-catching. Isn't she the daughter of the Hilton family? Why is she here to participate in the talent show? Wow, I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. She's so charming. I fell in love with her. Countless viewers were attracted by this beautiful or charming daughter in front of them. Men admired her for being so beautiful, and girls were jealous that she was not only from a good family, but also so beautiful. I think this girl is pretty good, haha, said the beautiful Luna with a smile. Yeah, I think she's pretty good, especially in terms of appearance, which is very rare. The venomous Mus gestured with his hand to make a Coke bottle curve. Feiyang fainted. Is this a beauty pageant? Or a talent show? Exclamation mark. Just when Feiyang was about to speak, Hilton Alba suddenly said, "Hey, I know you." Feiyang thought, isn't this nonsense? Of course we know each other. There's no need to say it here. Is it that you want to go through the back door? Moss and Luna looked at Feiyang together. Strange, dear Yi. It seems that many contestants tonight know you. Moss blinked and smiled. Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Miss Hilton and I met at a party. Yes, that's all. Who knows? No, it's not just that. Hilton looked at him and said, I also saw you in a bar. You were dancing with someone. Moss and Luna looked at Feiyang again. Poisonous Moss. Oh, really? It seems that, dear Yi, you are really a master of dancing. Beautiful Luna, could it be that you are really a hidden talent? Feiyang, it hurts. To be continued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Super shocking. Seeing that even Hilton mentioned his amazing dancing skills, Feiyang couldn't help but feel depressed. Damn it, is this a talent show, or are you guys teaming up to praise me? But it's not a good idea for you to praise me like this. It's too abrupt and makes people feel unnatural. Can't you be more subtle and more advanced? Feiyang shook his head secretly in his heart, but on the surface he coughed and said, "Okay, Miss Hilton, I hope you can perform your show quickly and don't waste everyone's time." I knew you would say that. But I like your dance very much. It's really great. If I guess correctly, the dance you dance should be your own creation, right? If that's the case, you are even more amazing. I was completely stunned by your dancing skills that night. Can you teach me to dance? I will learn very hard. Whether it is the teachers at school or my friends, they all say that I learn things very quickly. Ahem. Miss Paris Hilton, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It seems that you are here to participate in the talent show today, not to learn to dance. Seeing that Paris Hilton was getting more and more excited, Feiyang had to speak out to stop her. The two judges next to him, including the audience below the stage, had a strange feeling. Why would so many people want to worship China Yi as their teacher tonight? Could it be that his dancing skills are really amazing? With curiosity, everyone looked at Feiyang differently. Looking at Hilton on the stage again, she shrugged her shoulders. You see, I'm like this. I tend to overdo everything. Yes, I'm here to participate in the talent show, but I hope to be chosen by you to star in your new play. Well, then let's get to the point. Feiyang thought about it. Originally, 2 of the 3 heroines of his dancing showdown had been confirmed. One was Anne Hathaway, the other was Alba Jessica, and one was still undecided. Now this Hilton is quite good. She has a good appearance and good conditions. The most important thing is that her family background is very large and has a lot of topic. If she is the heroine, this play of his will become popular without advertising. But I don't know how good her dancing skills are. Feiyang's mind moved quickly, and he immediately considered the interests that would benefit him clearly. Miss Paris Hilton, what kind of dance are you going to perform? What? Paris Hilton thought for a while. Well, I don't like too serious dances. I still like the kind you dance. Very dynamic and exciting. When are you free to teach me? Oh no, it's happening again. Feiyang, I can give you some pointers if there is a chance. But now, please show us your dance. Haha, okay, let's play the music. Hilton was quite quick. After she finished speaking, she returned to the center of the stage. At this time, someone placed the props she needed, a chair on it. Hilton walked to the side of the chair with a particularly sexy step, like a sexy lover, and then danced a hot and erotic chair dance with a constantly changing and strong rhythm. It can be said that Hilton challenged the limits of sex. She was dressed very revealingly, wearing tight triangle shorts. When she sat on the chair and danced, she opened her sexy legs and was surprised to see the scenery under her crotch. The male audience facing him reacted instantly and felt that something was beginning to stir. Oh my god, it's so hot. So sexy. I like this dance. On the stage, Hilton danced a hot and sexy chair dance, showing off her splits from time to time to show her flexible muscles. The height of her splits was higher than that of a 170 cm supermodel, making countless male audiences raise their eyes frequently just to get the best viewing angle. Oh my god, I really want to be the chair under her. A male audience member couldn't help but say. Go to hell. His girlfriend stomped his feet hard. The unlucky man howled. It must be said that Hilton's dance was absolutely successful. At least after the dance, countless men had almost broken their palms. Whistles, applause, cheers, all merged into one. That was Hilton's glory. Paris Hilton stood in front of the 3 judges again, panting. Anyone who saw her dance would be stunned by her charm. Therefore, even the poisonous tongue moss nodded frequently and praised. Ms. Hilton, I have to say, you make me feel unprecedented hotness and enthusiasm. Yes, after watching your dance, I feel like I have become younger again. By the way, can I invite you to dinner tonight? Moss's joke caused the audience to laugh, and someone even shouted, don't agree to him. Miss Hilton, let this guy line up. We are going to invite you too. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The female judge Luna couldn't help but praise, Ms. Hilton, you give us a stunning feeling. Yes, I can only use this word to describe my feeling about you. You danced very well, very well. Congratulations. It was Yi Feiyang's turn. Before he spoke, Hilton smiled at him and said, do you think I danced very well too? Yi Feiyang nodded, yes, very good. Then am I qualified to be an actor in your play? Very qualified. Does that mean you chose me? Yes, if you really like acting. Haha, I'm so happy. And, can you do me a favor? Before Yi Feiyang had time to ask what it was, VIP Moss next to him said, of course no problem. Facing a beautiful lady like you, I think my dear Yi will definitely not refuse. Well, then please invite Yi to the stage to dance a dance. Hilton said to Yi Feiyang with a smile. Yi Feiyang. Ha, that's a good idea, Yi. Just agree to her. We also want to see your dancing skills. Really, we are all very curious, right guys? Under the instigation of the venomous moss, the audience shouted together, yes, we are all very curious, Yi, come on. Yi Feiyang smiled bitterly. What was the reason? He wanted to refuse, but it was not appropriate. Seeing that Yi Feiyang was still hesitating, Hilton went forward and stretched out his hand to pull him. Come on, let them appreciate your dancing skills. She winked at Yi Feiyang mischievously. In desperation, Yi Feiyang had to be pulled onto the stage by her. Okay, since everyone wants to see it so much, I will dance a little bit, but I need to cooperate with the music, and I will warm up by the way. After saying that, Yi Feiyang began to do a few simple warm-up movements on the stage. Dancing is like fighting a war, you need to warm up first, otherwise it is easy to strain your muscles and bones. Especially before doing difficult dance moves, you should move your muscles and bones to warm up to avoid injuries. In a moment, the music that Yi Feiyang needed sounded. The rhythm of this music was very strange, like the popular American jazz, mixed with a rock or black rap style. The rhythm went from weak to strong. The sound went from small to large, full of indescribable dynamics. Hip, hip, hop, hop. The rapid and rhythmic music excited the black people present. This melody was what they liked, and was familiar to them. The black people felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. On the stage, Yi Feiyang had taken off his coat, wearing a close-fitting t-shirt on top and a pair of bleached blue jeans underneath. Following the rhythm of the music, he began to dance a dance that no one had ever seen before. Although they don't know his name, but the explosive moves, dazzling combinations, extraordinary flexibility and jumping ability, Yi Feiyang brought everyone a passionate feeling with the vitality of his whole body. Many black people who are familiar with this melody have been twisting their bodies in their seats, following Yi Feiyang's moves on the stage. It's just that the small seats can't satisfy them. They are now eager to show their skills in a wider place. It's a pity that Yi Feiyang's performance time is too short, leaving the audience with a feeling of wanting more. Yi Feiyang on the stage kept supporting the ground with one hand and keeping his legs upside down in the K position, and then jumped up with clean and crisp movements. Wow. The next scene completely stunned the audience. The street dance that they just saw as a performance suddenly turned into a murderous fighting technique. Yi Feiyang used various aerial moves to attack the virtual opponent back and forth. The audience was completely dumbfounded. What kind of kung fu is this? It's too amazing. It combines the two elements of dance and kung fu. It is both ornamental and lethal. What a trendy move. At this moment, most of the young audience at the scene have made up their minds that after the show is over, they must verify it with China Yi. They are eager to learn this kind of kung fu that is both cool and can fight, because it is too attractive and looks too trendy. No wonder the masked dancer group and Miss Hilton wanted to worship China Yi as their teacher. It turns out that his dancing skills are so amazing. With the dazzling moves such as Thomas full spin, front flip and aerial splits, the audience was very excited. Many audiences gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, shaking their bodies with Yi Feiyang on the stage. This is a real dance. This is the most visually impactful kung fu. The last move. On the stage, Yi Feiyang leaped into the air, and then he kicked 3 times in a row. His kicks were so powerful that the air was filled with the sound of popping beans. He landed, clasped his fists and saluted, all in one go. The applause of hoo-ah resounded throughout the venue like thunder. The audience stood up and clapped their hands to pay the highest respect to the dancers on the stage. The black people ran over without hesitation, shouting China Yi and Magic Yang through the crowd, because they were completely conquered by Yi Feiyang's dance that went beyond the limit. As the best dancers in the United States, these black people felt for the first time what the best dance was. In fact, not only them, but everyone felt an unprecedented shock. The charm of this dance was absolutely invincible. To be continued, Chapter 191. Chinese Whirlwind. No one could have imagined that Yi Feiyang's unexpected performance would make a sensation across the United States. At this moment, anyone sitting by the TV was impressed by Yi Feiyang's superb dancing skills. It was so exciting. In the dream manner, our dancing king Michael Jackson also opened his mouth wide, and a grape rolled down his mouth. He stared at the big screen of the TV stupidly. He was stunned by Yi Feiyang's series of wonderful dancing skills just now. Damn, he is so amazing. Impossible, how come I haven't seen the dance he dances? I'm the dancing king, but I don't seem to have seen so many of his moves. It can be said that Yi Feiyang's dance show gave Mike too much stimulation, and he, who always thought he was the best dancer in the world, was challenged unprecedentedly. If Yi Feiyang's script dancing battle attracted him at the beginning, then now, Yi Feiyang himself attracted him even more. Secretly, Michael Jackson made a bold decision. What does it look like to be really popular? What is it like to become famous overnight? On Monday, the day after the dancing soccer talent show, Yi Feiyang, a young Hong Kong man who has been a huge success in North America just 1 year after his debut, was once again honored to appear on the cover of Time, which has always had a huge influence in the world. Last time, he and the Wachowski brothers were on the cover together, but this time he was the only one who occupied the entire headline. A handsome Chinese young man, dancing coolly on the stage, with a slogan on the cover, "The Birth of the Dance King." Then there is a line of small words. We only knew that he was good at filming, but now we know that he is even better at dancing. Magical Yi, really amazing. Yes, this is the photo of Yi Feiyang on the cover of Time. On the same day, dozens of large newspapers and magazines around the world, including the Washington Post, the New York Times, USA Today, The Times, The Sun, Bild, Zürcher Zeitung, Yomiuri Shimbun, and Hong Kong's Mingpeo, also gave Yi Feiyang, the magic director from Asia, a considerable amount of space to report his deeds on the cover, or in a very prominent place, but with different focuses. How many miracles are hidden in him that we don't know about? This is the theme of The Arrogant Son. It's hard to imagine that a director who is great at filming has such a unique skill. It can be said that the whole dance world is shocked by him. The New York Times gave a very amazing praise because it knew Yi Feiyang's development history in the United States. Finally, it added, fortunately, his major is filming. Otherwise many people who make a living by dancing would be unemployed. Other newspapers such as the Washington Post, USA Today, Bild, and Zürcher Zeitung expressed surprise and sigh, but did not make any comments. This Chinese man who is constantly being tracked and hyped by the media has obviously attracted the attention of the media with his dance of twisting his fists and punching. There is no way places like Hollywood welcome clowns very much. The Chicago Entertainment Times seemed to be very disdainful of those praises and directly made a very harsh voice. Twisting fists also requires hard work and practice. Alas, am I really like a clown who keeps making gossip news? Yi Feiyang, who had just got up in the morning, was very depressed watching the reports on TV. Hong Kong's Mingpeo was very supportive of his compatriot Yi Feiyang, highly praised Yi Feiyang's entertainment culture spirit, and praised him as an envoy to spread Chinese kung fu. In fact, his parents in Hong Kong have almost blown up Yi Feiyang's phone, just because his deeds spread in Hong Kong. Everyone has named him a dance idol. The old couple, who are already the parents of directors, have been promoted to idols this time. The popularity is incomparable. When my mother goes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, she will also be given 2 extra cucumbers. Snap. The TV was turned off. Yi Feiyang turned around and saw that it was the fat man Gao Jiabao, and Perez also came together. How is it? Are you feeling satisfied and proud now? the fat man said with a smile. You are just bored. Look at how you look now. You are really leisurely. Feiyang was still sitting on the sofa barefoot in pajamas, wondering, do I call myself leisurely and proud like this? The fat man laughed. Don't you know? Now your dance video has spread all over the internet, and a lot of guys who, like you, have gathered at the gate of the company, including blacks, whites, men, women, and especially many beautiful girls. Got a lot of cabbages. Really make me drool. Faced with such a pig brother, Feiyang raised his hands in surrender. I pretended not to hear your low-level interests. Derez, what do you want? Feiyang turned to ask Derez. Derez still spoke simply and fluently, and he said, strike while the iron is hot. What? Feiyang didn't understand for a moment. Actors, crew, get ready. Dancing on the floor. Start promotion. Derez said briefly and directly. Feiyang understood that this guy wanted to rely on his current fame to directly promote the play Dancing on the Floor. But Mike, the protagonist, has not been finalized yet, I'm afraid. Time waits for no one. If you really can't invite him, change him. Change? Who? Who has such great charm? You. What? Feiyang was stunned by Der's words again. It's you. You wrote, directed and acted in it yourself. Der said, although your influence is still a few levels lower than Mike's, there is nothing we can do about it. We can't stand still, just because Mike doesn't participate. Der's words hit the nail on the head for Feiyang. Yes, the filming plan can no longer be delayed. Without Mike, is it really impossible? How can a living person be suffocated to death? Maybe, you are right. Feiyang hesitated and answered. Then I'll go and prepare. Well, we must do a good job of promoting the new play. Feiyang patted Derz on the shoulder. Derz turned and left, and the fat man Gao Jiabao said, I'm here to talk about business too. Your female apprentice is here. Feiyang seemed very calm about the sudden visit of Paris Hilton. In the conference room of Dream Pictures, Feiyang met the blonde Hilton. Hilton was still dressed like a rich lady, and she seemed very happy to see Feiyang. Oh dear Yi, it's really hard to see you. Really? I'm not a big shot. What's so hard about seeing me? Feiyang joked. They said you were very busy, and that you don't usually see guests. I've never waited for anyone like this in my life. Hilton pouted her lips mischievously. That's wrong you, but don't worry, I will definitely show up immediately, whenever you want to see me. That's what you said. Yes, you have to show up immediately, like Superman. Okay, just like Superman, but I won't wear anything. Feiyang joked as he took out the prepared contract and handed it to Hilton, saying, this is a contract for filming. Take a look first. Oh no, let's leave this matter to our family's lawyer. Hilton made a casual phone call and then said to Feiyang, my lawyer will be here soon, just let him take care of it. Well, there's still time now. What do you think we can do? Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. The daughters of rich families are different. They can just make a phone call to the lawyer for anything. When will he be able to reach this level? Well, there's still a lot of time. Feiyang looked at his watch. Or I'll take you to the training place, so you can get familiar with the environment first. Training? Hilton's eyes widened. Yes, you need to dance when you're filming, and all I can do is teach you what I know. Wow, you mean you promised to teach me to dance? Yes, that's right. You are so nice. This is the best thing I have heard today. Hilton didn't say anything, and went straight up to kiss Feiyang. Feiyang was very embarrassed, but she also knew that she was just too happy. Don't be too happy too soon. I do this mainly because I don't want you to mess up my show. So, you may be tired by then. Yes, besides you, there is also the masked dancer group. It's them, these guys. Haha, I know them very well. Hilton giggled. That's even better. It will be easier for you to get along. Feiyang smiled and said, okay, let's go. Maybe they are already waiting anxiously. The reason why Feiyang took Hilton and the masked dancer group so seriously was because his dancing on the floor could not do without them. Not to mention that these people have become popular through the talent show. The masked dancer and Hilton's dancing skills are necessary for Feiyang to film. He can't just find someone who dances mediocrely to perform. By then, Yi Feiyang might be tortured to death by the other party's dancing skills before the filming starts. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Therefore, Yi Feiyang hurriedly asked people to sign contracts with the masked dancer and Hilton, which was also considered to be tying them to his chariot. Especially this Hilton. It is a high quality stock. Not to mention anything else, just the golden signboard of her Hilton family has helped Yi Feiyang save a lot of publicity expenses. Some people may say that Yi Feiyang is too mercenary and too profit driven, but there is nothing we can do. Our director Yi has a hard time. There are so many people in the company who need to be fed. How can he not tighten his belt? To be continued. Chapter 192. First time as a teacher. The place where Dream Films trains actors to dance is on the second floor of an old building. When Hilton followed Yi Feiyang here, he saw 6 young men sitting and chatting in a large room. When he looked, they were indeed the masked dancers group he knew, Tom, Jerry, and Babby. Yi Feiyang said, "Hey, guys, look who I brought." After saying that, he stepped aside and exposed Hilton to the 6 brothers of the masked dancers. "Oh god, it's Hilton, it's really you. Your chair dance is wonderful, and Babby even said he would treat you to a meal." Yes. Tom also said he wanted to pursue you. "You have become the dream girl of the 6 of us brothers." A group of people joked. Hilton had been hanging out with them before, especially she was generous and didn't put on a big lady's airs in front of the 6 people, so she was very popular. According to Tom and Jerry, Hilton is not an ordinary rich second generation. She is a rich second generation with a surname, who does not rely on her family, but on her own hands to fight. After Hilton and the masked dancers finished greeting each other, Yi Feiyang clapped his hands again to quiet everyone down, and then said, "Okay, please be quiet. You may not understand why I called you together and assembled here. In fact, it is very simple. From now on, I will conduct a 3-day emergency training for you. Yes, it is an emergency training. The time is short. I hope you can study hard to dance, and don't make things difficult for me when the filming starts." Dancing? Yi, you mean you want to teach us street dance? Tom, who is slightly taller, opened his mouth and exclaimed. The other people were also like this, except for Hilton, who already knew the inside story. Everyone happily ran over to surround Yi Feiyang, hugging, shaking hands, and thanking him. The enthusiasm made Yi Feiyang a little overwhelmed for a while. "Hey, can we really learn to dance with you?" Tom, who is slightly taller, called out again. Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "Yes, I have said it myself. Is it true? We all like your dancing style. We won't embarrass you. We will study hard." Oh my god, it's great. These guys chattered, making Yi Feiyang's head swollen. He thought, "I'm just teaching you hip hop dance. Why are you so excited? Like it's Chinese New Year?" "Okay, I know everyone is in a good mood, but I still want to get to know you. Who is the leader?" "It's me. My name is Tom." "Haha, yes, I know you, Tom. His name is Jerry, and your name is Babby." Tom and the other 2 were very happy to see that Yi Feiyang could recognize them so clearly. "You were originally a team, and now, Hilton and others will join one after another, so I hope you are still a team. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, we will not be separated, and we will get along well." "Yes, that's what I want you to say." "Well, now, who can tell me what team spirit is?" Yi Feiyang suddenly asked. "Team spirit is cooperation." Tom raised his hand and said, "Team spirit means helping each other." Jerry said, "It means fighting together, never running away, or being a traitor." Haha. Everyone laughed. "Yes, you all said it very well, but you forgot the most important thing," Yi Feiyang said slowly. "What is it?" Tom and his group couldn't help asking. Yi Feiyang smiled and said, "That's it. The team must obey orders." "Obey orders?" "Yes, you must obey orders," Yi Feiyang said. "A team is like an army. It must have rules and regulations, principles of action, and rules. There is no order without rules. This is an old saying in China. To put it more simply, I hope you can elect a new captain. You are responsible for him, and he is responsible for me." Yi Feiyang said here, and then said, the reason why I have such a rule is that I don't want the students I teach to be careless, and I don't want you to be lively and jump around now, and when you really start practicing, you cry and shout to go home. I don't want such people to appear, and I don't want such things to happen, so I want you to elect a captain and make your own rules. What should you do if you leave early, come in late, or don't study dancing carefully? Yi Feiyang's words stunned everyone. The reason is that what Yi Feiyang said is very weird, and he has never heard of it before. In fact, what Yi Feiyang said was the most popular team ruling method in the Chinese education model. Building a team is like a small country, making its own laws, putting shackles on its own behavior, restraining improper behavior, and forming habits so that it can work together. Western education focuses on open education, and the recognition of the team is that everyone brainstorms together, everyone is equal, and there is no need to make too many rules. So when everyone heard what Yi Feiyang said, they felt strange and very interesting. Well, who is willing to be the captain now? Tom, let him come. Or Hilton can do it. I support Tom. I support Hilton. A group of people quarreled. Yi Feiyang, everyone be quiet. Since some people support Tom and some people support Hilton, let them decide who will be the captain. Yi Feiyang turned his eyes and looked at Hilton and Tom. Do you have anything to say? Yes. Hilton said, let Tom come. He is more familiar with the team than me. Yi Feiyang was stunned. In his impression, Hilton was a very strong woman. He didn't expect her to take the initiative to give up her position. Tom was not polite. Since everyone trusts me so much, then I will take the position. Don't worry, I will definitely lead everyone to practice dancing until the filming of this play is finished. Applause rang out. Since everyone has become a family, then I won't say anything else. Yi Feiyang clapped his hands and said, there is not much time left for us now. Why don't we start teaching directly? Although Yi Feiyang really wanted to communicate with these young people, he couldn't wait to teach them all kinds of street dance skills such as Thomas full spin, reggae dance, and robot dance. Since they called him a master, he had to teach them the skills wholeheartedly. Of course, the most important thing is to make the filming go smoothly. Yi Feiyang believed that, as long as these people worked hard to learn the dance steps and skills he taught, they would be able to show a different musical on the big screen. Many people have always thought that musicals are declining because there is no new idea in musicals, especially the dance skills are at a low point. There is no creativity except for breakdancing, robot dance, or retro tap dance. The audience's love for the new makes them less and less interested in watching musicals, and musicals are gradually disappearing on the big screen. Only in Bollywood, every movie has dance, and the music and dance are prosperous. Now, Yi Feiyang wants to create a new era of Hollywood musicals and create a new type of dance, street dance. Let it be popular all over the world. This is Yi Feiyang's ambition, and it is also the key to his defeat of the Wachowski brothers. Before we start, let's do some warm-up exercises. Yi Feiyang stood in front of everyone, talking about the importance of warm-up exercises to street dance, and demonstrated many common movements. The problem was that Yi Feiyang had practiced Chinese Kung Fu, and there were many very unique warm-up methods in Chinese Kung Fu, such as the spring kick that can quickly activate the blood vessels and make the meridians flow. This striking method is somewhat similar to the double flying swallow and roundhouse kick in Taekwondo. It looks beautiful, but it is difficult to do. Therefore, it opened the eyes of Hilton and the masked dancers. Once again, Yi Feiyang's mysterious and great name was established in their minds. Oh my god, he must have a lot of secrets. Yes, he must have a lot of dancing secrets. You can't go wrong if you learn dance, martial arts, from him. Street dance really tests the strength of the arms, the flexibility of the waist, and the jumping ability of the feet, especially the strength of the toes, ankles and other parts. While Yi Feiyang was speaking, he rushed over and then suddenly raised his toes. He only touched the ground with his toes, and his legs slid forward in a perfect arc. After seeing this, Paris Hilton's beautiful eyes flashed with light, and she covered her mouth and stared at Yi Feiyang's toes in admiration. Wow, this move is so cool. Of course it is cool. This move is improved from Michael Jackson's dance posture, and the addition of Parker element makes it more dynamic. Feiyang said in his heart with a smile. After showing this killer move, everyone has admired Feiyang from the bottom of their hearts and minds, and they all followed Feiyang to learn street dance moves obediently. 2 hours passed quickly. Feiyang did not plan to teach these guys street dance in just 1 or 2 classes. After all, the basic course is too complicated. Noobers often want to perform Thomas full spins, one-handed handstands, and other moves in one day. Feiyang told them clearly, there is an old saying in China, if you don't practice martial arts, you will be empty-handed when you grow old. So although the basic course is a bit boring, it can help you easily perform dazzling moves in the future. I hope you will practice more. If you have nothing to do, today's class ends here, and we will continue tomorrow. Thank you. Everyone bowed to Feiyang in unison. At that moment, everyone regarded Feiyang as the person they respected the most, including Hilton. To be continued, chapter 193. I'm proud of you. The masked dancer group left with a smile, but Hilton did not leave with them. Instead, he looked around, and saw that there were no people around. He jumped to Feiyang like a sparrow and said, hey, dear Yi, can you teach me some secrets? Ah, secrets? Feiyang was surprised by Hilton's suggestion of giving him a private lesson. Haven't you practiced enough today? Of course, I have to learn more when I meet such a good teacher like you. Seeing Hilton being so funny, Feiyang said helplessly, okay, then, what do you want to learn? Learn something special. Yes, the more special the better. Something special? Feiyang rubbed his nose. Well, let me think about it. Well, I got it. Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he remembered a very popular dance in the future. Nobody. To be precise, Nobody is a song sung by a famous Korean group in the future, and the dance they danced in this song is sexy and charming, popular all over the world, so that countless versions have been derived. This dance is easy to learn, and most importantly, Hilton's appearance and personality are absolutely suitable for this dance. Many years later, when Hilton was interviewed by a reporter, she said, I will never forget what happened that day. China Yi taught me that magical song, and taught me the dance to that song. Yes, if there is anyone who led me to take the first step into the music world, it was him, dear Feiyang. Feiyang knew that the best way to let Hilton learn the dance steps as quickly as possible was to create the song Nobody, and give it to Hilton to let her dance to the song. So, Hilton got lucky. Not only did she learn to dance this dance, but she also learned this intriguing song. Hilton's ability to distinguish between good and bad is still very strong, and she immediately knew how much benefit she had gained. So after Feiyang taught her songs and dances, Hilton smiled and said, hey, dear Yi, you are so good to me, and taught me so many things, so how can I repay you? Repay? No need, just do your best in the filming. That won't work. I'm Hilton, not the kind of person who only takes advantage. Hilton blinked her beautiful eyes. Then what should I do? I'm a person who does good without expecting anything in return. Feiyang couldn't help laughing. Hilton suddenly raised her pretty face. I have a way. What? Before Feiyang finished speaking, Hilton suddenly stood on tiptoe, hugged his neck and kissed him. Feiyang was not prepared. This Hilton would be so bold and open, and passionate. I just felt her lips against my mouth, smooth and warm, sweet and indescribably comfortable. Bo. Hilton let go of Feiyang's neck, her cheeks flushed, as if she had just finished a prank. How is it? My repayment is not bad? She asked. Feiyang touched his lips and smiled bitterly. It's very good, but next time you'd better say hello first. After all, I'm a man, and I'm always attacked by a little girl like you. How can I feel? Feiyang knew that Hilton did this not because she fell in love with him or liked him, but because of the crazy behavior of a crazy girl. It turns out that dear you can be shy. How did I say it? Just now it was just dessert, and the main course is coming next. What do you want to do now? Feiyang was really afraid of her. Simple. I'll treat you to a drink. Drink? No need. Why? Because my girlfriend is here. Yu Feiyang suddenly pointed to the door and saw Anne Hathaway looking at them with a smile. She is very beautiful. Looking at the back of Hilton leaving, Hathaway said to Yu Feiyang softly, Yu Feiyang, it's pretty good, but still not as pretty as you. Oh, really? Hathaway raised her head and suddenly glanced at Yu Feiyang. What were you doing here just now? I heard that the people who were learning to dance have left. Did something happen between you and Hilton? No, absolutely not. Yu Feiyang shook his head firmly, almost swearing to the sky. Really? Then where does the fragrance come from on you? Hathaway didn't believe Yu Feiyang's words. Yu Feiyang was depressed. I was teaching her to dance, and it was inevitable that we would accidentally bump into each other. Hathaway didn't let Yu Feiyang get away with it so easily. She said with a stern face, it's a lie. I'm afraid it's not as simple as touch, right? If it's just a touch, how can there be such a strong smell? Besides, the fragrance is not only on your clothes, but also on your mouth and your face. Although I knew that Hathaway's nose was a little special, I didn't expect it to be so sensitive. At this time, Yu Feiyang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Seeing Hathaway's expression, that would not allow him to deny it, Yu Feiyang knew that he could not deny it this time, so he had to say helplessly, I also hugged her once. As he spoke, Yu Feiyang quickly glanced at Hathaway. Hathaway's face was calm, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking at all. What else? I also kissed her once. After hearing this, Hathaway stared at Yu Feiyang quietly for a long time without saying a word. Seeing this, Yu Feiyang felt a little uneasy and called out to her softly a few times, but Hathaway seemed to be unaware and remained silent. Yu Feiyang secretly shouted a few times, oh no, this girl must be too sad. If I had known, I would not have admitted it anyway. Annie. Yu Feiyang was very anxious and unconsciously reached out to hold Anne Hathaway's cheek. Hathaway suddenly came to her senses. Her eyes turned over Yu Feiyang's anxious face, and she sighed leisurely. It seems that I was right. Yu Feiyang asked in astonishment. What did you mean? Hathaway whispered. Many girls will like you, now and in the future. Yu Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled bitterly. Annie, don't be angry, okay? Hathaway suddenly smiled slightly and said, it's not your fault that they like you. Why should I be angry? Are you really not angry? Hathaway's calm reaction surprised Yu Feiyang. Hathaway smiled and said, well, my boyfriend is liked by many girls. To be honest, I feel very proud. Yes, I'm really proud. There was a subtle bitterness in her tone, but Yu Feiyang was paying close attention to her expression and happened to catch that feeling. He felt a little sad and held Hathaway's soft body tightly in his arms. Annie, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry, dear Yi. I do this willingly. Hathaway raised her head slightly and looked into Yu Feiyang's eyes. Her tenderness was like water. Looking at Anne's pretty and pitiful appearance, Yu Feiyang couldn't help but kiss her gently and then said, Annie, I won't go back tonight. Stay with me, okay? Anne Hathaway moaned and buried herself in his arms, feeling sweet and shy. The next morning, in his sleep, a slight itchy feeling suddenly emerged from his chest, and Yu Feiyang subconsciously opened his eyes. In front of him was a dazzling white, and Yu Feiyang realized that it had been bright for a long time. Feeling a little heavy on his body, Yu Feiyang raised his head slightly, looked down, and saw Hathaway lying on his chest, staring at him with beautiful eyes, and a few strands of hair floating on his chest. Hathaway noticed Yu Feiyang's gaze, and playfully stuck out her tongue at him, giggling, lazy pig, get up. Yu Feiyang put his arm around Hathaway's waist, and reached out to gently pinch her smooth face, saying, baby, it's just dawn, why are you getting up so early? Hathaway rubbed her round jade balls on Yu Feiyang's chest, pouted her red lips slightly, and said, it's already past 8 o'clock, it's still early? Besides, don't you have to teach those newcomers to dance? Yu Feiyang's heart was stirred by her plump breasts, and his body began to feel numb. He couldn't help but smile and said, it doesn't matter if I teach them to dance for one day less, but it's a big deal if my girlfriend spends one less minute with me. After that, Yu Feiyang held Hathaway's hips with both hands, and with a little force, he placed her smooth body on his body. The feeling of skin touching and beauty touching made Yu Feiyang feel great. I only believe in God. I don't believe in your perverse ideas. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Yi Feiyang, but her heart was sweet, and a deep smile seemed to overflow from her eyes. After a pause, Hathaway smiled mischievously. Your corny words are of no use to me. However, as a faithful believer, if you are willing to believe in Jesus with me, then I can consider accepting you. No way. You want to preach again? Spare me, dear Annie. You know, I'm an atheist. Yes, I will not give in. Oh, really? Annie looked at him with a smile and said, if you give in to me, I will let you taste the tenderness. Temptation. Naked temptation. Is this what God's children should do? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang kissed Hathaway hard on the lips and said, but I seem to be enjoying the tenderness now. Go, how can I be gentle? Hathaway's cheeks were slightly red, and her beautiful eyes were bulging. She sat on Yi Feiyang's waist, pretending to be fierce. She grabbed his arm and said viciously, hurry up and get up to work. However, no matter how Hathaway dragged him, Yi Feiyang always smiled, and lay on the bed, refusing to get up, with his eyes flashing with the dazzling spring scenery, the creamy skin like snow, the trembling proud breasts, the round and beautiful buttocks, and the intoxicating touch at the intersection of the buttocks. Yi Feiyang admired everything about her. Yi Feiyang was intoxicated by everything. Seeing Yi Feiyang staring at her with burning eyes, Hathaway felt shy and happy, but this time she did not hide in the quilt as shyly as usual. After a brief moment of shyness, Hathaway's dark eyes naturally stared at Yi Feiyang, and her charming eyes were filled with a coquettish charm. Her upright breasts, slender waist, round and plump buttocks, combined with her flawless skin like a white jade, and the vague and charming temptation on her cheeks, made her reveal a mature charm and graceful demeanor that made people's blood boil. A slight smile on her lips, a kind of light spring thought. Any subtle expression revealed a charming demeanor that turned everyone upside down. Under the gaze of Yi Feiyang's eyes, Hathaway's strength in her hands gradually disappeared, and the dragging of her palms soon turned into a caress of Yi Feiyang's arms. Yi Feiyang's big hands shuttled back and forth on the inside of Hathaway's thighs. After a while, Hathaway couldn't help but moan, and collapsed on Yi Feiyang like mud. The passion surging through her body not only made her pretty face red, but also made her soft body seem to be melted into a pool of spring water. Annie, do you want me to get up and go to work now? That, I want to say, moan. Her sweet lips were roughly blocked by someone. Chapter 194. Michael Jackson's Conditions. After a long time, the noise in the bedroom finally died down. Yi Feiyang looked at Hathaway, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten, and caressed her slightly flushed skin with his hands greedily. He sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. No wonder people often say that beauty is a disaster, a nest of beauty, and a waste of heroic ambition. He hasn't succeeded yet, but he has already been a little attached to this gentle place. Baby, get up. After concentrating and thinking for a moment, Yi Feiyang smiled and sat up, stretched out his hand and slapped Hathaway's snow-white buttocks twice. Hathaway's face was already rosy, sweat dripping, and her hair was quite wet, but her eyebrows were full of love. After hearing what Yi Feiyang said, she just twisted her body slightly, and hugged Yi Feiyang's waist with her sore hands, and murmured unconsciously, I don't want to move. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes that had just opened a little slit closed again. Seeing that Hathaway was really tired, Yi Feiyang felt pity in his heart and said gently, well, you can lie down for a while. After that, Yi Feiyang gently untied Hathaway's arms, spread out the sheets that had been squeezed into a pile, and covered Hathaway's body, covering her slender and graceful body. Although so, the perfect curves of the bumps and depressions are still so charming. Going down the bed and quickly putting on clothes, Yi Feiyang kissed Hathaway's pink lips again, and then walked out of the bedroom. Opening the bedroom door, I saw the fat man Gao Jiabao was secretly sticking to the wall, making a big pancake posture of eavesdropping on the wall. Yi Feiyang came out unexpectedly. The fat man immediately coughed and pretended to look for something on the ground. Hey, where did my penny go just now? Why can't I find it? Yi Feiyang was speechless. Fatty, are you looking for money or eavesdropping? Of course I'm looking for money. Who has time to care about what you are doing with a woman? The fat man snorted disdainfully, then came to Yi Feiyang, sniffed like a hound, and said, your clothes are messy and there is a strange smell on your body. Humph, you must have done something bad. Yi Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fatty, I think you should find a woman too. Don't be so wretched all the time. Wretched? Am I wretched? No. I'm very upright. Who is the one who secretly brings women home to spend the night? The fat man was arrogant. Shh, keep your voice down. Annie is still sleeping. If you wake her up, I'll kick your ass. Okay, you bastard. You value women over friendship. I came all the way from Hong Kong to the United States with you. Now you have a woman and you don't want me anymore. Woohoo, it's really heartbreaking. The fat man acted in grief. Damn, what's wrong with this fat man today? Okay, fatty, just say whatever you want to say. Don't act with me anymore. That's what you said. Brothers should share happiness. Now you have a woman. I want one too. You want one too? Impossible. Annie is a good girl. How could she agree to your beastly request? Even if she agrees, I won't agree. KO, what are you thinking? Who wants to share a wife with you? What I mean is that I like a girl and hope you can help me match her up. The fat man laughed lewdly. Oh, really? Which beauty is so lucky to be favored by your tall master? Haha, you know this girl. She is the beautiful young lady Paris Hilton who just joined our dream pictures. The fat man said a name that Yi Feiyang could not imagine. How should I put it? I fell in love with her at first sight. Not only is she beautiful, but most importantly, she has a good family background. The Hilton family is a well-known family in the United States. If I become their son-in-law, I can live in a hotel for free, buy a villa of my own choice, and have a lot of money to spend. The most important thing is that I can have a successful career and love. What do you think, Feiyang? With my talent and appearance, am I worthy of Miss Hilton? Yi Feiyang was very upset about the fat man's self-satisfaction. I'll try my best to bring you together. Yes, I can only try my best. Don't worry, let's strike while the iron is hot. Why don't you just call her now and say that you want to introduce her to the company's senior executives? Then, I will stand up and face this rich little woman with a high profile. Well, if you don't feel very excited, arrange a hero to save a beautiful girl for me. Girls love this kind of melodramatic plot the most. When I turn into Bruce Lee, won't she love me to death? The fat man said with bubbles in his mouth. Yi Feiyang rolled his eyes, and at this moment, the phone rang. Yi Feiyang answered the phone, and there was a strange voice on the other end. The other party said, "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Feiyang? Mike wants to see you." Who is Mike? Could it be Michael Jackson? He wants to see himself? Exclamation mark. Yi Feiyang was stunned. Neverland Manor. This time, Yi Feiyang could be said to be revisiting the old place, but unlike the last time, this time he did not encounter a vicious dog or anyone to stop him. On the contrary, as the agent of the superstar Michael Jackson, Mr. Peter received Yi Feiyang very friendly. "Dear Yi, to be honest, I have read the script you asked someone to give me. It is very good. No, it should be said to be very exciting. So I handed it over to Mike without hesitation. I think he will like it too. Besides that, I hope you can have a good talk with Mike. Well, you can cooperate with each other. The conditions can be relaxed. We also know the situation of your company. Mike is not the kind of unreasonable person. Helping each other and working together is the most important thing. Peter is very talkative." From this paragraph, two pieces of information are revealed. First, Peter is very interested in Yi Feiyang's script and is trying to persuade, or has persuaded Mike to accept the play. Second, as the basis for cooperation between the two parties, he hopes that Yi Feiyang can accept the conditions proposed by Mike, and Mike will also relax the requirements appropriately. You are right, Mr. Peter. I'm sincere and happy to cooperate with Mr. Mike. After all, this is his first time to film a movie, and I also want to make it a bit more grand. Yi Feiyang replied with a smile. While they were talking, they had already walked to the living room of the villa. Michael Jackson was feeding milk to the kitten with his little daughter Paris. Seeing Yi Feiyang coming in, Mike patted his daughter's head and stood up and said, "Hello, Yi, we meet again." "Yes, we meet again. Is this your daughter? She is very cute." "Of course, she is my little princess," Mike said, while motioning to go inside to talk. Paris was babbling in the back, meaning that she didn't want her father to leave. Mike smiled and said, "Baby, stay for a while, I'll be there soon." The living room was not as innocent as the decoration outside, and there were not too many furniture or Mike's favorite toys. There were only simple tables and chairs, or famous paintings hanging on the wall. "Okay, Yi, I'll get straight to the point. I really like your show. What's it called? By the way, dancing on the floor. This show is hilarious. For example, someone thinks you dance better than me. Oh my god, I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Please forgive my arrogance, but I think my dancing skills are unmatched," Mike said confidently. Besides that, the show is also very special. It can use dancing as a selling point to attract people to participate. I have to admit that DE, you are indeed a talented person with wonderful ideas. Well, what else? By the way, Peter also showed me your script. The story content is very good. The characters are also very vivid, especially the name you gave the male protagonist is also Mike, which makes me feel very close to him. So after discussing with dear Peter, I decided to star in this play. Feiyang laughed. He had guessed this result before coming here, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He actually became the first person who could invite Michael Jackson to star in a movie. But before Feiyang could finish being happy, he heard Mike say seriously, "But I have 3 conditions." "Conditions?" Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You can ask for them. As long as I can do it, I will definitely meet your conditions. First, I can't give you too much time to film. You know, I'm a busy man, so I can give you at most 7 days, 4 hours a day, which means you have hours for me to film." Feiyang was stunned. He thought, this is too stingy. He only gave himself hours. But Feiyang thought that he was always fast at filming, so he was not afraid of this. If it were another director, he would probably be stuck. "It doesn't matter. I can agree to this condition." Mike was stunned. "Why don't you consider asking for more?" "Feiyang, your time is very precious. I think you should just forget it. Hours is enough for me." Mike nodded. "Then the second condition is that I require you to fully cooperate with my schedule during the filming. Remember, brother, I'm not asking you to cooperate with me, understand?" He thought, this is too stingy, isn't it? But it seems that this Mike is really a big shot. Feiyang had to endure it again. "That's no problem. I'll try my best to cooperate with you. You are busy. Haha, Yi, I suddenly think you are very cute. I start to like you." "Nonsense. How can you not be cute if you are so accommodating?" Feiyang shrugged, picked up the coffee and asked, "What is the third condition?" "The third condition is..." Mike Jackson paused. "Give me 30 million first." Puff. Feiyang sprayed out a mouthful of coffee. "Shit, do you think I run a bank? Take 30 million first." Mike didn't expect that this guy who was praised by him for being cute just now would react so strongly when he heard about money. Fortunately, Mike was agile and just dodged Feiyang's spray. Chapter 195. Dragon Fights Tiger. Michael Jackson asked Feiyang for 30 million to spend. Feiyang was so excited that he spit out a mouthful of coffee, almost making Mike embarrassed. "Oh my god, 30 million in one sentence. Do you really think I'm a banker?" "Yi, what's the matter? Is my coffee bitter?" Although he dodged it, a few drops still spilled on Mike's face. Mike wiped his face with a handkerchief in anger. Feiyang coughed and said, "No, Mike, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I can agree to the above 2 conditions, but this one, I can't." "Ah, why, brother?" "Because I'm short of money." Feiyang spread his hands and said, "Mike." Seeing that Mike was hit by himself, Feiyang had to say again, "Of course, as long as you are willing to star in this play once the box office comes out, let alone 30 million, I can also take out 50 million. "Oh, brother, don't talk to me about these useless things. Let me tell you, I'm also short of money now. Yes, very short. I'm so short of money that I'm about to wrestle my treasured oil paintings. Oh god, you would never have thought, could you? I, the dignified pop king Michael Jackson, would actually say such words, but I still said it. There is nothing to be ashamed of, Yi. I need money. I need money very much." Mike looked at Feiyang with his eyes and said it very decisively, very firmly. Seeing that Mike was so shameless as to talk about money, Feiyang could only spread his hands helplessly and said, "Mike, I'm sorry, I sympathize with your situation and understand the fact that you are short of money, but I still say that I don't have that much money, and even if I do, I don't intend to give it to you right away." Why? Mike could understand the first half of the words, but the second part, he is asking for trouble. He won't give me money, even if he has it. Do he really think I'm a third-rate singer? Seeing that Mike didn't understand, Feiyang had to explain, because once the money is in your hands, you will spend it all immediately. You don't understand how hard it is to earn this money, and how much sweat you have condensed. So, I will only give you your salary after the movie is released, and there is a box office return. What? You have been planning to pay me after the movie is released? Yes, that's right, but I can give you a deposit first. It's not much, just about 3 million. Damn it. 3 million is of no use to me. It's not enough for me to pay my subordinates. Yes, it's ridiculous. Since you don't have that much money, you still dare to ask me to make a movie. I ask you, what is your basis? Based on my sincerity. Sincerity? What is this? In my opinion, it has no value at all. Wrong, my sincerity is not only valuable, but you also accept it. Feiyang retorted. Oh, really? Tell me about it. Mike thought of the extreme words Feiyang said last time, and he got angry and sneered. Feiyang ignored his sarcasm. Sincerity is the script I wrote for you. The character of Mike is you. What did you say? Mike Jackson was stunned, and then his face turned red. I'm not as failed as the guy in your script. Yes, I'm not him. Absolutely not. Seeing that Mike was about to be angry with Feiyang again, his agent Peter had to stand up again and say, "Mike, please calm down. Calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? He said I was a loser. Didn't you hear it?" Mike pointed at Peter's nose and said. Peter's temper also came up. "Look at yourself, Mike. Don't you look like a failure now?" What? Mike was stunned. He didn't know Peter would say that. "Mike, I have been working with you for more than 1 or 2 years. Rather than saying we are work partners, we are better friends. Over the years, I have watched you go from glory to silence, and I have seen all the ups and downs you have experienced. To be honest, I really want to wake you up, but I'm afraid that you will be sad. Mike, the times are different now. It is no longer the era dominated by you. You must open your eyes and see the reality clearly. He is right. He is very sincere. I have also read the script. It can be said that it is a true portrayal of your experience. As long as you are willing to face reality and act in this play, you will challenge yourself and tell everyone that you, Mike, are not afraid of losing, betrayal by relatives and friends, or the cold eyes of the world, because you, Mike, can stand up and continue to be the world's pop king." Peter's words were passionate. Not to mention Mike himself. Even Feiyang was moved, thinking in his heart, this is what a friend is, a wake-up call at the critical moment. Michael Jackson was obviously touched by Peter's words. After a moment, "I understand, Peter, you don't need to say anything more." Mike looked at Feiyang again. "Please forgive my rudeness to you just now. In fact, I was just trying to save my damn face. God, I know how stupid I am. You are wholeheartedly trying to help me regain my glory through movies, but I still don't know what's good for me. I'm sorry, my friend. I have decided to take this movie well. Yes, I want everyone to see that I, Mike, have stood up again." At that moment, in the eyes of Feiyang and his agent Peter, the Michael Jackson in front of them was definitely a different person. On October 25, 1999, Dream Films announced that the new film Dancing on the Floor, directed by Feiyang, officially started filming. The cast is as follows, starring Michael Jackson, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton, The Masked Dancer Group, etc. If the Wachowski brothers, who competed with Feiyang before, caused a sensation in Hollywood when they started filming The Matrix 2, then the sensation caused by Feiyang's filming of How to Dance is definitely not less than that of the Wachowski brothers. The reason is that the superstar Mike is the lead actor. Everyone knows that the superstar Mike has never made movies, and as a pop star, he has always focused on the music industry and never involved in the film industry. Only occasionally, everyone can see him showing his talent in song MVs. Therefore, when Mike announced that he would be the lead actor in How to Dance, it immediately caused a huge sensation in Hollywood. Yes, the whole Hollywood was shocked, and everyone was stunned by Mike's incredible move. Mike is going to make a musical. Mike is starring in a movie. Wow, Mike is going to act. In short, the entire film industry and the entire North American music industry were shocked by this incident. As Yi Feiyang's opponent, the Wachowski brothers were also shocked. They were not shocked that Yi Feiyang invited Mike to film, but that the film Yi Feiyang filmed was too alternative. Song and dance? Are you kidding me? They actually used such an outdated movie to compete with us. Do you think we are vegetarians? They don't take us seriously. The Wachowski brothers were angry at Yi Feiyang's disdain for them. Shit, don't think that Mike can defeat us. We brothers are Hollywood geniuses, invincible, and our Matrix 2 will definitely win. Many media have expressed different opinions on this film war and genius battle that has not yet officially begun, but is already filled with smoke. A commentary article in the Hollywood Times pointed out, although China Yi relied on Mike as its secret weapon to trigger a storm in the entire Hollywood, everyone is waiting to see what kind of musical he can shoot. But I think that China Yi's move is very powerful. Yes, it is not easy to invite Mike, not to mention that China Yi's dancing skills in the show are even more amazing, which makes people see a different kind of dance. So I believe that this musical will definitely be a blockbuster and may even create new history. As for the Wachowski brothers, their biggest advantage is that The Matrix 2 is a sequel. The previous episode has helped them accumulate countless science fiction fans. This time they will get twice the result with half the effort in shooting a new film. What's more, they started filming earlier than China Yi and did enough publicity. It can be said that they came prepared. In comparison, China Yi's actions were a bit hasty, but fortunately, the talent show dancing on the floor made up for this. So in my opinion, the future park competition will definitely be a thrilling fight between dragons and tigers. Another American entertainment media, Starlight Times, gave a different view on the above commentary. It is true that China Easy invited the pop king Michael Jackson, but we must also see that Michael is only good at singing and dancing, and as for his acting skills, haha, we have only seen him singing and dancing in music videos, and his acting skills are really not good. In contrast, Keanu Willis, the protagonist of Hacker 2, is a famous actor in Hollywood. Since he started Speed, he has been labeled as an actor, although this label is occasionally covered by his handsome appearance. Therefore, in our opinion, China Easy is just using the tiger skin as a banner this time, but whether this banner can really fly in the wind is debatable. Yes, we do not doubt his directing ability, but this time he is shooting a musical, and the male lead is Michael Jackson, who has no acting experience at all, so the difficulty can be imagined. God, please bless this brave guy, although we think he will lose miserably. It has to be said that the evaluations of Yi Feiyang's new film by various media outlets are still based on facts, especially letting Mike, who has never acted before, play the leading role. This is both a bold attempt and a Russian roulette-like gamble, either death or life. Chapter 196. Reappearance of the Tyrant's Might. Just when the entire Hollywood and even the North American film industry didn't think highly of Yi Feiyang, thinking that he was just acting to attract popularity by relying on Michael, Yi Feiyang announced several other big stars who would make free cameo appearances in the film, namely Nicolas Cage, Johnny Depp, pop queen Madonna, and basketball star Michael Jordan. Once this news was released, the already boiling North American scene became even more lively. Many people couldn't help but shout, "No way, did I hear it wrong? So many big names are going to guest star? Oh my god, this is too crazy." Yes, we are almost shocked. Nicolas Cage, as the person involved, sighed, "I received a call from China Yi that day, it was unbelievable. I was still wondering if there was another Nicolas Cage. But I have never met anyone with the same surname as me since I was a child, except for my family. Besides, it is my honor to act with the king of pop Mike. Johnny Depp also said, although I have guessed it, I'm still a little surprised that China Yi actually invited me and Cage to guest star in his new play. Fortunately, it is a guest star, otherwise I have to take off my Pirates of the Caribbean costume and play a new era dancer. Queen Madonna said, I'm very happy and surprised, especially that Mike is going to act in this play. For him, we are old friends, so of course we have to show our support. Mike, come on. In other interviews, when talking about joining the musical, Michael Jordan, who has been active in the sports world, said, how should I put it, although I guest starred in this play because of Mike, I care more about the fact that this is the work of China Yi. It is undeniable that he is an incredibly young director, and all actors are happy to work with him. He said, Jordan, are you interested in guest starring in my musical? I said no, brother, I can't dance, I can only play basketball and jump. He said to me, what I want is your run parallel jump, come on, we are waiting for you to join. So, I said yes to him in a rush. Whether it is Nicolas Cage, Queen Madonna, or Michael Jordan, the main reason why they joined Yi Feiyang's new play as guest stars is Michael Jackson is the leading actor. Yi Feiyang is very good at playing cards, but this time he used Mike to play a grand, dazzling friendship card. These big names were tied to his chariot, and as a golden signboard, they were bound to fight their way out in the battle. Countless people have given different comments on Yi Feiyang's sensational approach of inviting big names to join the new play. Oh my god, we are looking forward to this big production. China Yi is so capable that he can even invite these big names. I have to say that I didn't think much of China Yi inviting Mike to be the lead actor, but now we are looking forward to it. Inviting so many big names to be the shield, thinking that this will make the stars shine. This just shows his inner timidity. A strong lineup does not mean that the filming is good, but it's a pity for these big names. They are probably going to be embarrassed. In any case, the expectations for Yi Feiyang's new play have soared, directly surpassing Hackers 2 to become the most anticipated blockbuster this Christmas. And this is the effect Yi Feiyang wants. In an abandoned steel mill in Los Angeles, the United States, the filming location of Dancing on the Dance Floor. It is easy to find a good steel mill for filming in Los Angeles, the United States. This is because this steel city is famous for the great steel making. However, with the city government of Los Angeles requiring environmental protection, conservation, and greening in recent years, coupled with the downturn in the construction industry, many steel mills have been closed. As a result, Los Angeles has a unique rough culture. Scrap iron mills are everywhere, and the site is desolate. On the first day of shooting, Yi Feiyang arranged the camera to be positioned, arranged the actors to practice, and most importantly, asked the musicians to prepare the music needed for shooting. Unlike shooting horror films, musicals are the easiest and the most difficult to shoot, especially when encountering singing and dancing scenes. The quality requirements for singing and dancing are very high. This is mainly reflected in the integration of shooting, that is, singing and dancing are synchronized during shooting, and music must not be added later, because if you do that, no matter how well you add it, there will be mistakes. For this reason, Yi Feiyang invited John Williams, the most famous music master in Hollywood. John Williams is one of the most famous and respected composers of the contemporary era. He has won 5 Oscars, 18 Grammy Awards, 3 Golden Globe Awards, 1 British Academy Award, and 39 Oscar nominations. He has composed music for more than 90 films and served as music director, including Hollywood masterpieces such as Saving Private Ryan, Schindler's List, and Jurassic Park. John Williams is recognized as a synonym of Hollywood film soundtracks of the century. His majestic style has swept the world with the powerful Hollywood movies. Of course, with a good soundtrack master, there must be good dance. In this regard, Yi Feiyang has high requirements for Mike and others, and acted as a choreographer. However, you don't know until you do it. Once you do it, you will know that nothing is easy. Yi Feiyang, a choreographer who changed his career, can only guide the actors in some basic dance skills, but he is not good at arranging the entire dance show. Fortunately, Mike temporarily recommended his private choreographer Bruce to save the scene, which made Yi Feiyang breathe a sigh of relief. The shooting is almost ready. Two cameras were erected on the open space of this abandoned steel plant, one using a crane to shoot from high altitude, and the other using a sliding rail to move and shoot. On the walls around, all kinds of strange patterns were sprayed with paint to show the rebelliousness of teenagers. You know, graffiti is the favorite hobby of young people. Everyone get ready, let's start shooting. Feiyang shouted loudly, and the actors who played the leading roles, including Michael Jackson, were already in position. In this scene, he was framed by his friends and ended up on the streets. He accidentally met 3 girls who like dancing. The girls led him to this mysterious nest, which is also a gathering place for young dance enthusiasts. The countdown begins. 1987, 654, 3, 2, 1. I God. With the clapperboard, the camera began to rustle on the track. Yo-ho. With a loud shout, 3 beauties, Anne Hathaway, Jessica Alba, and Paris Hilton flew into the dance practice room from 3 directions. Close up, Anne Hathaway, wearing a tight t-shirt, grey and white jeans, and a baseball cap tilted on her head, leaped over the dragon gate and jumped in from the window next to the door. Jessica Alba was wearing bloomers, a tight t-shirt, and a skateboard, swooping in from the door. The most distinctive one was Paris Hilton, who was wearing white hip-hop pants and a fitness bra on her upper body, and she appeared from another door doing somersaults in a very dazzling way. It can be said that the 3 girls indirectly showed their hidden characteristics as soon as they appeared. Anne Hathaway was simple and capable, Jessica Alba was sporty and fashionable, and Paris Hilton was sexy and healthy. Of course, the series of dynamic movements they appeared in the camera were not something that ordinary people could do. Anne's carp leaping over the dragon gate was turned with the help of the staff, and in order to avoid her getting hurt, a sponge mattress was prepared underneath. As for Jessica's skateboarding skills, they were her own unique skills, and she could show off all kinds of mid-air flips. And Paris Hilton's somersaults came from the dance training she received since childhood. Children from wealthy families like to cultivate their interests and skills since childhood. Somersaults are just a piece of cake in dance. As the story unfolds, the male protagonist, played by Mike, fell in love with this place after discovering the gathering place of these young dancers. Because the dance atmosphere here is strong, although these young people are just dancing randomly, the passion and sensuality are innate, especially in them. They do not have the secular spirit of secular dancers who are seeking fame and profit, and they dance crazily because they love dancing. The 3 girls found Mike, who was following them, and thought he was a bad guy, so in order to prove his identity, Mike began to perform a dance. This scene was also easy to shoot, but during the shooting process, Feiyang called the phone. The reason was very simple. Feiyang felt that Mike did not show the passion unique to a loser in dancing. Yes, Mike just danced so habitually, as if he was not shooting a movie but an MV. You know, the biggest difference between an MV and a movie is the story. The MV is very short, emphasizing the essence and the single character. Unlike a movie, it emphasizes the content of the whole story, without condensation, only popularization. To put it more bluntly, the movie emphasizes, you are not fighting alone. This is a collective content, a collective story, so you have to act according to the role, not too casually. Mike didn't know this, he thought he was filming himself, so he came casually, so Feiyang shouted, cut the camera. Mike didn't understand, thinking, this kid Yi from China is too disrespectful, he dances well, why does he want to cut the camera? But before Mike asked Feiyang had already shouted at him, Mike, you have to fit in the role. Yes, you are a loser now, you see the passion of dance from these girls, so you have to give some emotion, the kind of emotion that makes people's eyes light up, not the kind of mechanical performance. Remember? Feiyang's shout shocked the whole audience, and then they all turned their eyes to the king Mike, thinking that the director was awesome. Even Mike dared to yell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. Being an actor is not that easy. Right square bracket. Feiyang saw that Mike's acting was so bad, so he yelled at him. Michael Jackson was stunned by Feiyang's yelling. Since he became a superstar, no one has yelled at him like this for a long time. In his memory, the one who yelled at him the most was his father. When the 5 Michael brothers were performing on the streets, he was yelled at by his father because he danced the wrong steps. Then he cried, very sadly, but his father not only did not pity him, but also punished him by not eating for a day. Mike remembered this cruel memory very clearly, so Feiyang's sudden yelling immediately reminded him of his bad childhood. Ahem, Yi, do you dare to guess that you are saying that I dance badly? Is that so? Mike woke up and asked angrily. No, I'm not saying that you dance badly, it's that you're not passionate enough. You didn't dance with all your strength, you just danced in a very formulaic and mechanical way. How should I put it? You're like an excellent student taking an exam, just copying what you learned by rote, without any emotion. Feeling, do you understand? Mike, I want you to get back the feeling you had before, to burst out with the passion for dancing. You don't dance because of life, you dance because you love it. You love dancing, yes, that's it. I need this feeling, do you understand? You've said so much, but what exactly is that feeling? Mike was even more confused. Feiyang was depressed and had to reorganize his thoughts. Then he said to Michael Jackson, what I want is that street feeling, the selfless feeling you once had when dancing on the street. It's not to fill your stomach, nor to get tips from the audience, nor to fill your hat with coins. The reason why you jump hard is because your stage belongs to you alone. You love dancing. Because you love it, you dance. Do you understand? Feiyang's words once again triggered Mike's memories, his unbearable childhood. Yi, do you think I was dancing passionately at that time? Wrong. At that time, I was dancing on an empty stomach, begging for mercy. That was not passion, but tragedy. The tragedy of my life. Mike refuted. That's right, what I want is the tragedy of your life. Feiyang said. Mike's head was suddenly big. Why? He asked. Because the role you are playing now is a tragic character. You are no longer the real Mike, but the Mike in the play, understand? I want you to become him, his thoughts, his actions, his incomparable dancing soul. Feiyang said to Mike in a rhythmic way, only in this way can you become a real actor, forget the past, and have a tomorrow. Michael Jackson was moved by Feiyang's words. A real actor, who integrates into the role, can only have a tomorrow by forgetting the past? Aha, it turns out that being an actor is not so simple. Michael Jackson silently thought in his heart, and he had a new and deeper understanding of the role or profession of an actor. When Mike was popular before, it was not that there were no film companies inviting him to film, but to be honest, Mike actually looked down on those actors in his heart. In his opinion, it was too hard to make money from acting, but he didn't make as much money as he made a song by himself. It was too hard and too tiring. It was simply a rough job in the entertainment industry. For him, as a pop king, he was disdainful to do it. But now, Mike has recognized the value of actors. Not every star is an actor, and not every actor is a good actor. Acting is not that simple. I understand Yi. I also understand what you just said. Don't worry, I will never let you jam this time. Mike nodded firmly, which made Feiyang feel relieved. In fact, he was just taking a gamble by yelling at Mike. Although he had recruited so many big name stars to make guest appearances through his connections, they might not necessarily buy into his tricks. If he wanted to shock them, he had to start from the source. Obviously, Mike had hit the gun, and he was a big name among many big names. Just imagine, even Mike obeyed his orders as a director. What else could others say? Wiping the sweat from his forehead secretly, Feiyang thought to himself, it's not easy to be an actor, and it's even harder to be a director. It's not to mention that, after being inspired by Feiyang, Mike tried to integrate himself into the role. The following filming was done in one go, which made Feiyang feel very happy. Even Mike himself tasted the fun of filming. It turns out that filming is to play someone else, so happy and cool. After experiencing some accidents on the first day of filming, the crew of dancing on the floor was like a huge machine, and the various departments and parts were running in more and more smoothly. The second day of filming The content of the filming on this day was about the male protagonist played by Mike, who intended to train Anne and the other two to become new dancers. He suggested that they form a team and start training, but the team is not so easy to establish. Everyone has a story, so the team encountered a difficult birth. The filming on this day was relatively smooth, but halfway through the filming, Jessica Alba had an accident and twisted her leg while dancing. This scared Feiyang and made Jessica very nervous, fearing that she could not continue filming. Fortunately, Feiyang knew a little about trauma. After a careful inspection, he found that it was just a slight sprain, and it would be fine if he applied some trauma wine. This was a false alarm, which made everyone understand the importance of safety during filming. The third day of filming. The content of this day's filming was to allow Anne's character to participate in her own dance training. Mike found Anne's stubborn father and reasoned with him, explaining the meaning of dance, but the old man just didn't listen and drove Mike out of the garage with an electric saw. When Anne returned home, her father scolded his daughter for not living up to her expectations. She only knew how to dance outside all day, didn't study hard, and didn't do anything glorious. Then Anne began to refuting her father's conservatism, stubbornness, and lack of openness. Her father was angry and slapped her directly. This scene can be said to be a test of Hathaway's acting skills, especially for her to play such a wronged, suppressed, and violent girl living under her father's violence, which was somewhat difficult. As mentioned earlier, Hathaway has a good family background. She has been loved a lot since she was a child and has received higher education that many children cannot enjoy. Now she has to play a miserable girl living in the slums, which makes her unable to find that feeling for a while. Oh my god, I can't figure out what Anne is thinking in the play. These are Anne Hathaway's original words. Feiyang was somewhat helpless about this. If it was the psychology of other characters, perhaps he could help, but he was a man after all, and after all, he had never lived in the slums, so how could he describe that kind of psychology? But what was unexpected was that Jessica Alba helped Hathaway overcome this difficulty. It turned out that Jessica was a new immigrant and had lived in the slums before. She knew the thoughts of girls there, and she knew the feeling of being suppressed by the family and being ridiculed by peers. She was a living example. Therefore, Jessica told Anne Hathaway about this feeling. Anne was a smart girl. With the help of Jessica, she quickly got into the role, which allowed the filming of this scene to be completed smoothly. As the filming of dancing on the dance floor progressed more and more smoothly, Feiyang no longer had time to serve as a judge for the TV station, and this happy task fell on the chief steward Gao Jiabao. Fatty Gao didn't expect that he would be so lucky to be able to get close to those dancing beauties, so he dressed up fancy every day, put facial oil on his face, sprayed cologne on his body, and acted more like a gigolo than a gigolo. Those who knew he was going to be a judge thought he was going to solicit customers. Of course, by sending Fatty away to be a judge, Feiyang also saved him from nagging him about introducing Hilton, the little golden pig with both beauty and wealth. With the cooperation between Fox TV and Dream Pictures, the ratings of Dancing on the Floor have been the best among similar programs in Los Angeles. The explosive ratings have brought huge advertising benefits, so that Dream and Fox have made a lot of money, especially for Dream Pictures. The financial situation, which was originally a little tight, has been greatly improved. Seeing such huge benefits, Fox TV and Dream Pictures followed the original plan and expanded the show. So You Think You Can Dance from Los Angeles to New York, Philadelphia, Chicago and other major regions. In other words, from now on, the talents in these big cities can participate in this show without any scruples. The most important thing is that the crowds that originally flocked to Los Angeles also began to evacuate with the announcement of this news, which made Los Angeles Airlines, Metro and other transportation departments finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Dream Pictures began to negotiate with Fox about the launch of another show, American Idol. To be honest, So You Think You Can Dance has made Fox a lot of money, and they are very confident about this new plan. Therefore, when Dream proposed it, they immediately agreed. The expansion of the talent show So you think you can dance, and the official launch of American Idol have made Dream Pictures, which was originally only active in the American film industry, the most active entertainment company at present. Some people say that Dream's entry into the television industry marks the maturity and growth of this new company, as well as its diversified development. Some even speculate that Dream Pictures may also enter the music industry in the future. After all, the integration of film, television, and music is the ultimate goal of many large entertainment companies. Facts have proved that Dream Pictures' entry into the American television industry is very successful. Chapter 198. American Idol becomes popular. Dream Pictures' entry into the American TV circle is very successful. If the previous Dance on the Dance Floor was just a test of Dream Pictures' TV entertainment programs, then American Idol is the solid foundation of the grassroots talent show in the United States laid by Dream Pictures and Fox TV. American Idol is a TV talent show for national entertainment. The only restriction is that you need American nationality. In the original history, there is also an age limit, but Feiyang intends to make this program a place where the American dream can be truly realized, so age is not a problem at all. The competition starts with auditions in various cities in the United States. Every year, the auditions will be held in several representative cities across the United States. Contestants only need to bring their own songs and impress 3 judges with their singing skills to qualify for the semi-finals in Hollywood. Originally, Feiyang considered taking them to Broadway in New York for the semi-finals, but considering the cost and influence issues, so Feiyang chose Hollywood, and Fox TV also agreed. There will be 150 to 100 contestants from all audition cities for a second screening in Hollywood. The 24 winners of the semi-finals, including 12 male contestants and 12 female contestants, will start to compete on the stage in front of the national audience through the silver screen. On the national stage, Feiyang will once again use his secret weapon, that is, to invite Michael Jackson to appear as a judge. Yes, it is Michael Jackson who is currently filming with Feiyang. In fact, since he agreed to take on Feiyang's movie, Mike has been planning to come back to the arena and create a brand new self. He is no longer attached to the past glory, and he wants to recast his glory. So when Feiyang proposed that he be a judge of American Idol, Mike agreed after a little consideration. As Michael Jackson's agent, Mr. Peter also thinks this is a rare opportunity to show his face. Although Mike has participated in some large-scale variety shows before, those were a series of actions taken before he became popular in order to increase his popularity and exposure. However, after Mike became a superstar, these show activities basically disappeared. First, Mike's schedule was too full to spare. Second, the remuneration Mike asked for such an event was too high, so high that it was daunting. Third, Mike was concerned that his status was no longer the same as before, so he was more reserved and would not participate in such a low-class event. Because of this, Mike had not participated in any variety show for several years, and it was difficult to see his face here. Many TV stations were eager to have him. It can be said that he was too big a star. Mike's agreement made Fox TV, a partner of Dream Pictures, overjoyed, and they looked at a great man like Feiyang with a different eye. After all, someone who could convince Mike again and again was definitely not simple. Originally, American Idol in history used mobile phone text messages and the internet to vote for the audience, but Feiyang took into account the profits to be made, so he created another form of voting, that is, voting by phone. The TV station adopted an automatic answering mechanism and used Celeron supercomputers as the core of the system. When the user calls, he will enter the intelligent system, and then he only needs to vote according to the prompts. Even so, there are always many enthusiastic audiences, so sometimes manual service is needed to provide supplements, and sometimes there will be busy lines, but there is nothing to do about it. When this form of telephone voting was first implemented, everyone was still a little worried, but later they found that this form of voting was quite popular. After all, this is the first time that the audience's votes will decide the contestant's stay or departure instead of the judges alone. This alone greatly increases the appeal to the audience. And there is another advantage to this approach. It also more objectively reflects the true reflection of the potential Chinese record market. If some people are favored by the judges and finally become the champion and sign a contract with Universal, but the audience does not like this person, then his future records will still not be popular, and such a pseudo-star is useless. But since it is the champion chosen by the audience themselves, it must be that this person has enough appeal to the audience, and because of this person can become a real pop singer and star in the future. In this way, the internet, mobile phones, and landlines are all gathered. According to Feiyang's calculations, the profit from voting alone is an astronomical figure. Don't underestimate these voting arrangements. For example, for fixed line voting, each voting call costs 8 cents. The telephone company gets 4 cents, and the other 4 cents is divided equally between Dream and Fox. If 100,000 people vote in Los Angeles, then Dream Pictures can get $40,000. Remember, this is just one area in Los Angeles. If 13 states in the United States are launched at the same time, North America with a population of nearly 300 million can definitely get 400,000 or even millions of US dollars in profit. The program starts in November, and then the real winner is selected before Christmas. In the early stage of the competition, it is broadcast in prime time on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and when it comes to the finals, it will start broadcasting on weekends. In today's North American television industry, there are countless TV programs of various types, especially the most competitive variety entertainment programs, which are minefields. No matter who comes in easily, they will be crushed to pieces, but American Idol breaks this law. This large-scale live grassroots talent show created by Feiyang directly targets the North American people's wind-scratching holes. Once it was performed, it quickly occupied the bridgehead of TV entertainment and became a banner. For a TV program, copyright and advertising are the biggest golden eggs. The copyright of American Idol alone can bring millions of dollars in profits to Dream Pictures and Fox every year. It has to be said that this is a good program. Because it is a preliminary round, most people think that the program is not interesting. But according to Feiyang, the preliminary round is actually the most exciting, because those American talents, monsters, and demons will all be on the stage at the same time. Facts have proved that Feiyang's words are correct. As soon as the preliminary round of American Idol began, there were constant jokes and revelations. First, a black chicken cutlet girl appeared and sang a high note, saying that she would piss off Pavarotti to death. Then a white guy came and sang a Martian song in his own Martian language that no one could understand. Then a white aunt who was suspected of being a mental patient ran out and said that she would sing a dynamic American folk song. Such a shocking contestant made all the audience stunned and laughed, so much so that even US President Clinton couldn't help turning on the TV to have a laugh in his spare time. Just like when the media interviewed Clinton recently, he said, "Oh man, please hurry up, I'm afraid I'll miss the start of American Idol. God, I love that Martian guy so much. I even learned a few words from him. Gilly woohoo." In addition to the US president, Hollywood stars also love this show very much. For example, superstar Tom Cruise is going to invite the black chicken cutlet girl to play a small role in his sequel to Mission Impossible because Tom likes her air scream. There is also the big star Madonna, who admires the white lady who sings with her belly and believes that singing with the belly can protect the throat well and use exercise to lose weight. In short, once American Idol was launched, it became extremely popular, with constant controversy, trouble, topics, and news advertisements. It can be said that this program directly washed away NTV premiere ratings records, making countless opponents feel stomachache, heartache, and Feiyang, who concocted all this, was once again called the father of American Idol by some people with ulterior motives, but more American people like to respect him as the father of talent. Yes, it was him who created the 2 talent shows in the history of the United States. It was also him who gave countless talents who had special skills, but had no place to use them a platform to show their talents. It was also him who used his intelligence and wisdom to concoct an interesting entertainment feast for the American people. It can be said that with the popularity of American Idol, Feiyang gained both fame and fortune, and has become the most influential Chinese entertainer in North America. In the words of world media tycoon Murdoch, I don't know if you have seen it, but I have seen it. A Chinese entertainment tycoon is slowly rising, from Hollywood to Los Angeles, and from Los Angeles to North America. Maybe in the future he will stand at the pinnacle of entertainment, because he is younger than me. Murdoch does not comment or praise people easily. Although he did not name the young Chinese tycoon in this passage, anyone who pays a little attention to the situation knows that apart from Feiyang, who is a coquettish man who is filming movies and tinkering with TV shows, there is no other outsider. Feiyang's rising fame, especially his evaluation by Murdoch as a new entertainment tycoon, made many real American entertainment tycoons sneer, including the CEO of Disney, the president of Sony, and the bosses of Universal and Warner. In their eyes, Feiyang is just a young man who has just entered Hollywood. He wants to start his own business before he has even finished paying homage to the bosses. That's right, Dream Pictures has developed rapidly this year, but its foundation is unstable and its corporate structure is not solid. Especially as an outsider, a dragon from another river, Feiyang and his company are born with kidney deficiency. They are tough enough, but not strong enough. To put it bluntly, their foundation is still weak. Chapter 199. Chainsaw 2 sweeps North America. Hollywood has long discriminated against Chinese people. Although Feiyang is talented, the more he stands out from the crowd, the more jealous and discriminated he is. Therefore, during the period of Halloween in November, when the movie was about to be released, the president of Universal Pictures mentioned the most popular Feiyang in an interview with media reporters. He said, "Oh my god, why do so many people like to praise this Chinese now? Yes, China does have some talent, and his achievements are obvious to all, but in our opinion, it is just luck. Yes, it is luck. If he loses the favor of the goddess of luck, then I believe he will fall from the tree branch like a rooster with wet wings." Finally, I want to add that the rooster's open feathers are beautiful, but a rooster is a rooster, and can never become a swan. Coincidentally, the president of Warner was also asked this question in an interview with the media. What do you think of China Yi's recent popularity? The Warner CEO paused for a moment and said, "I don't want to belittle anyone, but the continuous rise of Yi in China can only mean that he has good opportunities. The movies he shoots have selling points, and the TV programs he makes are just what the audience wants. Yes, that's it. If he really makes a big name, it will probably be difficult. Let me make another point. Opportunities will not always favor him. Everyone has bad luck." In this situation, where Dream Pictures was not optimistic, the sequel Saw 2, directed by new director James Wan and starring the original cast of Saw, was finally released on November 10th after some editing. As the boss, Feiyang once again broke the tradition and did not prepare the so-called preview at all, and directly let the theaters under his control show this movie. According to him, since Dream Pictures wants to play its own signboard, it is necessary to let all North American audiences establish a concept. Dream Pictures movies, even if there is no preview, are definitely good movies. This concept is somewhat similar to the time when Hong Kong Shaw Brothers dominated Hong Kong. Shaw Brothers productions must be excellent. Moreover, this movie was written and produced by Feiyang himself. Even if James Wan is just a fledgling new director, not a super or famous director, he will surely be able to dominate the world with the reputation of Saw 1 and his current fame. As expected, under the influence of Feiyang's hot popularity, the promotion of Saw 2 has become redundant. The majority of movie fans have been looking forward to everything related to Feiyang. Moreover, although this movie was not shot by Feiyang himself, he was personally supervised. Feiyang's title of Hollywood talent has aroused great interest from the public. Therefore, when Saw 2 was released on the first day in major theaters under Dream, it was so popular that it was hard to get a ticket. James Wan's directing skills and the performance of the original cast in the sequel did not disappoint many American audiences who bought tickets. Those who like suspense films can enjoy the thrilling suspense designs in this play. Those who like thriller films can see the various bloody and horrifying scenes after the various killing mechanisms are activated in this play. Those who like action films can enjoy the life and death struggles of the actors in the play, as well as the occasional one or two inadvertent gunfights. And those who like detective films Needless to say, the biggest advantage of this play itself is that it uses the method of detective novels to put you into it and is fascinating. In short, no matter who is watching it, they have received great satisfaction from this film. For the majority of horror fans, the design of the killing mechanism in this movie is particularly chilling and refreshing. There are various mechanisms that you can't think of, but nothing you can't see. When killing people, it is accompanied by the horror music made by Feiyang himself. The music turns into the Hell Soul Chase song, and the scene becomes a hell slaughterhouse. Almost every picture and every note is shaking the audience's nerves. Especially when the male protagonist Jigsaw appeared again in a pool of blood at the end. The music sounded in time, and the whole cinema was suddenly filled with screams. The sensitive audience was completely scared by the play, and put themselves into the play and screamed loudly. Let's talk about the play Saw 2 itself. Compared with the tense, complex, thrilling plot of the first part, which gradually solved the mystery through flashbacks, the sequel is much more straightforward, because the mysterious veil has been removed, and the murderer is known, so the impact is naturally halved. However, the biggest guarantee of the sequel is that it will be absolutely double the bloodiness, the new means of extreme torture, the return of the original cast, including the one who was put on an iron helmet by the murderer in the first episode and dug the key out of the stomach to survive, is absolutely enough to satisfy the audience's bloodthirsty desire for Halloween. Of course, the most attractive thing is to continue the narrative angle of Saw. The movie seems more like a role-playing game. It not only tells the development of the case completely from the perspective of the victim, but also allows the audience to be immersed in the scene through this perspective, feel the pain with the victim, and desperately look for clues with the victim, hoping to escape. All kinds of unknown element arouse infinite horror. It is no wonder that the first play created by Feiyang himself almost used up the biggest suspense, that is, Jigsaw, leaving James Wan with only the constant change of shooting angles and narrative angles to make the audience feel strongly involved. It has to be said that under the supervision of Feiyang and James Wan's continuous pursuit of excellence in shooting, Saw 2 not only reproduces the classic scenes of the previous life, but also achieves meticulousness in character portrayal, character dialogue, etc., without the slightest flaw. Such a perfect horror movie is simply the favorite of horror fans. How can it not be amazing? Under such circumstances, it is conceivable that the box office is a big hit. On the first day of its premiere, the box office has exceeded $4 million, directly breaking the box office record of the first Saw created by Feiyang. As a new director, James Wan, as a new horror director, directly stood on the big stage of Hollywood, was known and familiar to everyone, and established his position in horror movies in one fell swoop, becoming one of the youngest horror directors in the legend, and was even respected by many horror fans as Yi's successor. James Wan, popular, and Feiyang, who is also a Chinese director and his master, is even more popular than him. Yes, if James Wan's fire is like a small charcoal stove fire, then Feiyang's fire is a forest fire. The success of Saw 2 once again dominated the Halloween file. Dream Pictures used its own strength to tell everyone that in the field of horror movies, they have become the best. At the same time, Feiyang has also become the most money-making person in the entire entertainment industry. With the film he supervised, the media that continued to hype Feiyang naturally commented on this film. As a good friend and mentor of Feiyang, the great director Spielberg, who was unwilling to be lonely, also published an article in the column of Hollywood Daily and expressed his own views. I have liked the horror film Saw shot by China Yi for a long time, so after Saw 2 was released, I immediately watched the premiere of this movie. Suddenly, I was shocked by the amazing conception of the screenwriter China Yi. Although this movie is no longer directed by China Yi himself, his method as a screenwriter has once again opened people's eyes. It can be said that Saw is him, and he is the soul of this movie. After watching the movie, I like to listen to the messy comments of the audience. After leaving, I heard many people support Jigsaw along the way, and they are proud of the variety and wonder of his killing techniques, and even affectionately call him Uncle Saw. In this regard, I can only sigh that the same movie plot, but everyone's feelings after watching it are very different. If you look at this drama from the perspective of appreciating the process of torture and getting pleasure from it, there is no doubt that Jigsaw will be your favorite and admired character. His brutal means and clean and neat techniques will make you addicted. However, Saw is not a simple violent movie, although it contains too many bloody and violent scenes. But whether it is the main series or the sequel of this drama, they all emphasize Jigsaw's concept of killing, redemption of oneself. Jigsaw himself is a person suffering from a terminal illness and suffering from pain, and the victims had a great opportunity to live well and have a great time to enjoy happiness, but they use this precious time to hate, to hurt others, to make mistakes, and to degenerate. In this case, Jigsaw uses his own way and rules to teach these people who don't know how to appreciate their blessings to cherish them. Seeing this, everyone should understand that we should not regard this drama as a simple horror film, but a drama containing rich philosophy. Yes, it is this kind of film. At least after I have watched it, I will cherish my time and life more. It has to be said that Spielberg's comment has played a role in fueling the continued popularity of Saw 2, or the icing on the cake, making Saw 2 still strong in box office and word of mouth after entering December. So many senior people estimate that the box office of Saw 2 will exceed $180 million, and fantasy will eventually reap a net profit of about $50 million. The box office and word of mouth of Saw 2 are like two sharp swords, piercing the hearts of some people, telling those who once looked down on fantasy and Feiyang that they are all idiots, jealous people, and a bunch of visionless guys. Warner was slapped. Universal was slapped in the face. When the media reporters asked them again about their feelings, the CEOs of the two companies blushed and then said with a stiff upper lip, "Maybe he is still lucky." Faced with the answers of the CEOs of the two companies, let alone the media reporters, even the pigs laughed. So much so that one reporter said, "I don't think it's because China Yi is lucky, but because some companies are always unlucky." Chapter 200. Christmas War is about to begin. The hot sales of Saw 2 made everyone feel incredible and ecstatic. Almost everyone related to this movie benefited from the popularity of Saw 2. As mentioned before, James Wan has taken this opportunity to enter the ranks of Hollywood horror directors and has gotten rid of the label of being inexperienced and incompetent as a rookie. Fat Jack, the assistant director, is now very popular. Of course, as a behind-the-scenes staff member and an assistant director, he is not as eye-catching as James, but people in the industry know that he is Yi Feiyang's confidant and a veteran of Dream. He has acted in and directed movies, and now he is promoting newcomers. This kind of magnanimity is absolutely impeccable. Old actor Maximum has become even more popular. Although he has not reached the height of his previous popularity, he is completely different from his previous decline. Now many film companies are throwing olive branches to him, unlike before, when they ignored him, and even when Maximum begged for a role, no one paid attention. Now others are begging him on their knees. In addition to old Maximum, other actors have also become popular artists in the film industry and are in great demand. Even some of those who played minor supporting roles have begun to gain popularity and are considered to be among the best among the supporting roles. Others also gained something. Even ordinary employees can get more money from future movie dividends. For a time, everyone was delighted and recognized the golden signboard of Dream Pictures and Yi Feiyang. Dream products must be excellent. The craze of Saw 2 also affected the pre-sale of movie tickets for the musical Dancing on the Floor directed by Yi Feiyang himself, and about to be completed. Many fans who had not bought pre-sale tickets for Dancing on the Floor turned around and pre-purchased movie tickets after watching the film. For them, they were very curious about what kind of musicals Yi Feiyang, who could choreograph such a sharp horror film, would shoot. Who would have thought that Dancing on the Floor, which had already had a good pre-sale situation because of Mike, would blow out again, and the pre-sale tickets soared to 1 million in just 3 days. The movie has not been released yet, but the box office revenue has reached an astonishing $6 million. This unprecedented pre-sale model has once again set many Hollywood records. Yi Feiyang has also become the Chinese director with the highest pre-sale box office in history. As the initiator of this series of explosive news, Chinese director Yi Feiyang is non-stop visiting Los Angeles orphans. Because the filming of Dancing on the Floor is basically finished, Michael Jackson wants to invite him to visit the orphanage. After all, Christmas is coming soon, and it is also good to send some Christmas gifts. During this period of filming, Feiyang and Mike have a very good relationship, and it can even be said that they are very harmonious. They have become friends who can talk about anything. Therefore, when Mike made such a suggestion, he immediately agreed. Originally, Feiyang didn't take this matter too seriously, just thinking that it was right to do some good deeds. But Dream Pictures publicity director Derez saw the key point, and he told Feiyang, make it big. Feiyang didn't quite understand, and Derez smiled slightly. You know, when you are famous, there are many rumors, especially in Hollywood. You must learn to show off. Show off! Exclamation mark. Feiyang understood, but he really didn't want to take it to the orphanage for charity show. But Derez had prepared everything. On that day, Feiyang and Mike went to the Los Angeles orphanage together, where they visited the orphans, gave them gifts, took pictures with them, and the media swarmed in. Needless to say, this was all the news that Derez revealed to the media. Facing those reporters, Mike was a little stunned. Originally, he planned to carry out this action in a low-key manner. Facing so many reporters, he thought that he had leaked the news, and said to Feiyang, "Sorry, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." Feiyang couldn't help feeling embarrassed, thinking that he had taken advantage of Mike and these poor orphans. Just when he wanted to tell the truth, Derez announced on behalf of Feiyang that Dream Pictures would donate $3 million to the orphanage in order to improve the facilities and equipment here so that the lovely children could have a better environment. $3 million is definitely not a small amount. Even Mike next to Feiyang had to look at Feiyang with an admiring expression. Of course, if we say that Mike used to donate hundreds of millions of dollars to charity, but that was in the past. Now he can't even take care of himself, so how can he swell his face and pretend to be rich? Derez also considered considered the value of Mike to Dream, so he announced that Dream Pictures will withdraw $5 million from the box office of the future Dancing on the Floor as a donation fund for Mr. Michael Jackson, but this money will not be donated to the orphanage, but to a charity in Los Angeles. It can be said that Derez's move directly gilded Mike's face and sold him a favor. Even Feiyang had to admire Derez's arrangement. This guy is simply a natural master planner. Mike was so happy. He originally thought that only Feiyang would be in the limelight and he would be in the dark. He didn't expect that Yi would be so thoughtful. Look, those media reporters are taking pictures of him. Everyone is happy. Feiyang's reputation as a charity ambassador has become more famous. Mike has reshaped his image as a superstar of philanthropy. Dream Pictures has been recognized by Michael Jackson. The reporters got the news they wanted. Feiyang's Dream Pictures donated $8 million in one fell swoop, which once again set off the entire Hollywood entertainment industry. On the basis of being a charity ambassador, Feiyang was awarded the title of Honorary Citizen of Los Angeles by the Los Angeles City Council to recognize his achievements in the film industry and charity. It can be said that Feiyang has become the focus of the entire North America again. After all, there are very few Chinese who have been awarded such an honor. However, for Feiyang, such an honor is dispensable because it has no practical significance to him. It is better to give him some special policies to support the rapid development of his own company. You know, there are many obstacles for Chinese people to make their way in Hollywood. To become a new star in the Hollywood film industry has become Feiyang's biggest dream, and now this dream needs strength to back it up. Just when Feiyang was muttering that the Los Angeles municipal government was not good enough and could only talk big but not do anything practical, The Matrix 2 produced by Universal and supported by the Wachowski brothers was released. In fact, North America has already formed a stereotyped tradition, that is, every December, as long as Christmas is approaching, an unprecedented cruel competition and fight will be launched for film companies, whether they can come out on top, make a fortune, and become the king of Christmas movies depends on this schedule. So it's not just a showdown between The Matrix 2 and Dance Floor, there are also many movies that have opened their public screenings. First of all, Dennis Du, a director who has just signed with Columbia, has just released his comedy Fake Dad. The biggest highlight of this movie is not how big the director is, but how awesome the comedian Adam Sandler who starred in this movie is. Speaking of Hollywood comedy stars, besides the nonsensical King Jim Carrey, the most famous one is Adam Sandler. He has been performing comedy in clubs since he was 17 years old. When he found that he could easily make the audience laugh, Sandler realized that he was born to be a clown, so he determined to be a comedian who could make everyone laugh. Later, by chance, Adam Sandler came to Los Angeles and joined the comedy family of Saturday Night Live. At first, Adam Sandler always played some idiots. Through these mentally retarded characters that were easily sympathized or forgotten, he scathingly showed the ugly appearance of people in reality. Because Sandler's performance was very good, the ratings of Saturday Night Live rose steadily from 1991 to 1995. As a result, Sandler became famous and finally successfully entered the film industry. Last year, in 1998, he co-starred with Drew Barrymore in The Wedding Singer, which was a big hit at the box office and made him famous overnight. In the same year, his other film Dare to Die earned a net profit of $39 million in the first weekend of its release, and the national box office exceeded $140 million. Sandler also successfully became a big name in the Hollywood comedy industry. Adam Sandler is best at playing comedy roles, where good people are awarded and fools are blessed. Sandler's seemingly dull appearance, coupled with witty and sarcastic dialogues, plus his sincere good heart, he represents the sincere new good man in the 90s, and is the easiest to please the audience. This may be the main reason for his popularity. Columbia has now hired Sandler to shoot this movie because they have seen his potential in comedy movies and hope to produce a family comedy during the Christmas season. The name The Green Mile has already shown Columbia's ambition to target all audiences. In addition to Columbia Pictures, Universal has also released a big movie this time, The Green Mile. Yes, it is a super blockbuster The Green Mile that will compete for the Oscar in the future. The director of this movie is Frank Darabont, but Frank Darabont is more suitable to be called a screenwriter than a director. However, his few directorial works have won him the love of fans all over the world, such as The Shawshank Redemption and The Green Mile. In Li Feiyang's opinion, this Frank Darabont is simply gay with the king of horror Stephen King, because the relationship between the two is too close. This man can be said to be a professional director of Stephen King's novels. Stephen King agrees with him filming his own novels, so that Frank is envious by many directors who like Stephen King's novels. Damn it, why can't we shoot so many dramas, but you can shoot one after another? Exclamation mark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.